allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Well, good evening again and welcome. Tonight's meeting is being broadcast live by Boston City TV on YouTube, as well as Comcast Channel 24, RCN Channel 13, and FiOS Channel 1962. It will be rebroadcast at a later date. If you would like to speak this evening but have not yet signed up, please see our staff person, Ms. Lena Parvex, in the hallway. Sign up for both public comment periods will close at 6:30 p.m. this evening. And as a reminder to folks, there are interpretation services available this evening. We have an interpreter for Spanish language this evening. If the interpreter could please raise his or her hand and introduce themselves en español. Could you introduce yourselves, please? Thank you. Thank you, Garcias. We'll begin with the approval of minutes from the January 16, 2019 meeting. If the minutes are approved as presented, hard copies will be made available immediately in the hallway with the other handouts. If changes are made, you can access the minutes tomorrow on the BPS website. At this time, I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the January 16, 2019 meeting as presented.
So moved.
Thank you, Dr. Coleman. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Tron. Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Is there any objection to approving the minutes by unanimous consent? Hearing none, the minutes are approved. We'll move on now to the interim superintendent's report. I present to you our interim superintendent, Ms. Laura Perot.
Thank you, Chair Lecanto, and good evening, everyone. Thank you for being with us tonight. I do want to start out by noting that temperatures are beginning to plummet this evening. If you didn't already notice on your way in, the forecast calls for bitterly cold temperatures tomorrow and Friday. School will be open, but we are asking all families to please make sure that students are dressed for the extremely cold conditions in the early morning. It will ease up during the day, but layers of loose-fitting, lightweight, and warm clothing, winter gloves, mittens, something to cover your face. We've been sending out messages on social media, doing citywide phone calls just to remind everyone, and also to say that no student will be marked late for weather-related tardiness. So we want everyone to get safely to school, but please do come to school. And we also suggest visiting the City of Boston website at boston.gov/cold, and it is indeed, for other cold weather safety tips. I also want to mention before we dive into this evening's discussions that we will be meeting next week to present our budget for fiscal year 2020. We are currently finalizing the budget, but it will likely represent the largest budget in the history of the Boston Public Schools, maintaining our proud status as a national leader in investing in our children and their future. The budget will include major investments in our schools, including our highest need students, our lower performing schools, our off-track youth, and our schools facing declining enrollment. These investments continue despite declines in overall district enrollment and with continued stagnant state aid, which is only possible through the mayor's sustained prioritization of education in the city budget, which has been making up the balance for the state for a number of years now. While the development and unveiling of the district's operating budget is an opportunity to focus on the investments we're making to reaffirm the district's commitment to increasing equity and eliminating opportunity gaps, we know that, in light of the enrollment fluctuations I just noted, it also represents significant challenges for some school communities. A reduction in enrollment by over 1,000 students citywide in 1 year will inevitably cause hardship for some schools. The district staff is working diligently with school leaders to determine how best to mitigate any detrimental effects being experienced in our schools. As with any budget, not every problem can be solved in its entirety, but we are committed to working together collaboratively in order to ensure budget allocations are equitable and fair, that the basis for them are well understood by school communities, and that investments are made in order to better serve our students in each school community. We know that this is a stressful time for school leaders and school communities, just as it is for the district staff working alongside all of you to finalize this very complicated and high-impact budget that touches so many lives of our students and families and all of us. FY20 marks 2 consecutive years of enrollment decline in the Boston Public Schools. In addition, as is true every year, the movement of students between schools can impact the budgetary flexibility of schools who are losing students to other school communities. We know that together these trends can put significant pressure on school budgets. As we are still finalizing the budget, this is the time for school leaders to reach out to central office staff to schedule ongoing problem-solving meetings around school budgets. We've held a number of these discussions over the past several weeks. We have been out visiting schools. Our budget team has been going out to schools. People have been coming in to meet with us. We want to encourage school leaders and school site councils who are still struggling to reconcile their budget to contact our budget office, to reach out to our CFO, Eleanor Lawrence, and schedule a meeting, and she will put a member of her team on that conversation. The purpose of these meetings is to see if we can together contemplate strategies to mitigate negative impacts of budget changes on individual school communities. I'm hopeful that the full budget presentation next week will help to alleviate concerns within our school communities as we continue focusing on operational efficiency to enable student success. With that, I'd like to continue with some highlights from around the district, and just a few. The first is the Quincy wheelchair basketball game. On Friday, January 18th, the Josiah Quincy Elementary School hosted their 4th annual wheelchair basketball game. Every year, Quincy staff invite the New England Blazers, an affiliate of the National Wheelchair Basketball Association, to the school to face off against Quincy teachers, or the Quincy Dragons, as they are known. Quincy principal Cynthia Suhu and Carter School principal Mark O'Connor led the Dragons team made up of staff from the school. Carter students also got to enjoy a field trip to watch all the action. What a wonderful inclusionary event for our students and an opportunity to demonstrate to them that a physical impairment is not a barrier to exercise or fun competition. Next Monday, February 4th, Boston Public Schools kicks off our first ever Career Technical Education Week, dedicated to highlighting career pathways in the district and student connections to high-skill, high-demand jobs. Last October, the State Department of Elementary and Secondary Education granted Chapter 74 vocational approval for 3 additional career technical education programs in Boston Public Schools. One at Boston Green Academy, their environmental science and technology program, the first Chapter 74 program for that school. Madison Park Technical Vocational High School added another terrific program to their complement of opportunities for students. This one, the Programming and Web Development program at Madison Park. And Boston Arts Academy added a Fashion Technology program. Boston Green Academy's program will hold an event at the school to celebrate their new Chapter 74 status and demonstrate their work using laser thermal imaging cameras on Monday, February 4th at 11 a.m. Madison Park students will showcase their work in website and game development at an event at their school the following day, Tuesday, February 5th at 11 a.m. Numerous events will be held all week long at the 13 different BPS schools offering career tech ed programs. I encourage all members of the BPS community to attend these events and learn more about CTE pathways and opportunities available for our students. Finally, this week we began the nominations process for the BPS Educator of the Year 2019. Educator of the Year is a collaboration between BPS, the Boston Teachers Union, and the City of Boston. The Educator of the Year Awards annually recognize the exemplary educators who go above and beyond to impact the lives of Boston Public School students. We invite all members of the BPS community, teachers, administrators, students, families, and community members and partners to nominate exceptional educators to honor their work and dedication. These educators can be teachers, paraprofessionals, nurses, librarians, or guidance counselors, all of the people who surround our young people in our schools. The nomination period ends March 4th. To nominate an educator and for all the details about Educator of the Year, please visit bostonpublicschools.org/EOY. And with that, I conclude my report.
Well, thank you for your remarks, Interim Superintendent Peril. Before I open it up for questions or discussion from the committee, I did just want to note for folks that are standing in the back, there's a number of seats up front. If you'd like to grab a seat, you're more than welcome to join us down here. Secondly, I want to recognize Ms. Senab Malin. I'm sorry if I've mispronounced your name, but I'm trying. She's from Councilor Janey's office, the local district representative on the Boston City Council. Welcome, Ms. Mullen. Moving on, I do want to ask if there are any questions or discussion from the committee this evening. Well, I do just want to take one moment to remark on this evening and the discussion that we have ahead of us. I know a number of you are out this evening to talk about the budget. I want to remind you of a couple different things. One is we don't yet have a budget proposal before us as a school committee. We received that budget by statute, that budget proposal, I should say, by statute the first week of every February. So next week's meeting, February 6th, is when we receive the district's initial proposal for the budget. And traditionally, the budget process is about a 2-month process at the committee, where we hold a series of hearings both here at the committee and in these chambers during our meetings, as well as budget hearings that precede the meetings, as well as out in the neighborhoods. And we're currently scheduling 2 neighborhood budget hearings for the coming months, one in February, one in March, and those locations will be confirmed shortly. So I want to give you some context that you're going to have plenty of time to be heard throughout this process, and in fact, we want to hear from our community as much as possible. But what I've been advising, and I know a number of other colleagues within the district and on the committee have been advising folks that have had questions about the budget to date, is that this is a time to work with the district to continue to refine what have been the proposed budgets that each of you have seen within your individual school communities. Speak to your school leaders and have your school leaders work collaboratively with the district to address concerns that have been raised. And we've had a number of successes to date, I can confirm, through those discussions. And so what I would urge each of you Sure, of course, thank you. So, as I was saying, you know, we're very happy to have you out this evening, but we're going to have plenty of opportunities to talk. And what I think the most important thing for us to be doing right now is to be continuing to address our concerns at the local level with our school leaders, and asking those school leaders to work collaboratively with the district to close gaps and address concerns. So tonight, everyone that's signed up is going to have an opportunity to speak. And we're going to have quite a few speakers, if I'm not mistaken, so we'll probably only have 2 minutes per speaker per school committee rules. But what I would ask you to do is that I know we have a number of folks here tonight from a limited number of school communities, and so if you're from one community and you're all speaking on the same issue, I'd ask you and urge you to try to consolidate your comments so that we hear one resident message from your community on the topic that you're here to speak on tonight. Okay, so we'll get started, and I appreciate that. Moving back to the superintendent's report, if there's no further discussion, I'll now entertain a motion to receive the interim superintendent's report as presented. Is there a motion? Thank you, Dr. Coleman. Is there a second? Thank you, Vice Chair Oliver Davila. Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Is there any objection to approving the interim superintendent's report by unanimous consent? Hearing none, the report is approved. We'll move on now to general public comment. Ms. Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Lecanto. The public comment period is an opportunity for parents, students, and other concerned parties to make brief presentations to the school committee on pertinent school issues. Questions on specific school matters are not answered at this time, but are referred to the superintendent for a later response. Questions on specific policy matters are not answered at this time, but may be the subject of later discussion by the committee. We have 65 speakers this evening, so time will be reduced to 2 minutes per person, and I'll remind you when you have 30 seconds remaining. Those who require interpretation services will receive an additional 2 minutes. Speakers may not reassign their time to others. Large groups addressing the same topic are encouraged to consolidate their remarks or choose a spokesperson to provide testimony. Any signage must not prohibit the participation of others. Please state your name and affiliation before you begin. TV cameras will only record speakers who face the committee. We'll begin with our elected officials and our students, and then I will call up the adults. Our first speaker is Representative John Santiago. He'll be followed by Jessica Tang and Liana Lynch. Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Jessica Tang, followed by Liana Lynch and Soraya Powell.
Good evening. I'm Jessica Tang, proudly serving as president of the Boston Teachers Union. I'm here this evening on behalf of educators, students, and families where budget cuts this year are creating untenable, unsafe, and destabilizing circumstances, often year after year. We know that many of the funding challenges are exacerbated by the lack of state funding for many significant light items, such as charter reimbursement, homeless student transportation, and special ed funding. We also know that federal funding is inadequate as well. So while we advocate here today for funding, we also share a joint interest in putting our full force behind the much-needed Promise and Cherish Acts at the State House and full funding of IDEA and Title I at the federal level. We look forward to joint advocacy on those fronts. In the meantime, however, we have nowhere to turn except to the district and the city to do more in the short term to relieve the burden that has placed schools serving many of our highest need students in a lose-lose situation. No school should have to choose between a social worker or a librarian, an art teacher or a special ed teacher, a critical family engagement coordinator or a math teacher, or all of the above. Many of the schools facing the most severe cuts, such as the Blackstone, are the ones that serve the highest percentages of high-need students in the whole city. The teachers, parents, and students here tonight are not at fault. Everyone is here because they care, they love their schools, and they want their schools to be successful. There are decisions beyond their control that the district has made that has created many of these situations. To place any blame on them for what they face now would not only be misplaced, but extremely disrespectful. The weighted student funding formula, while attempting to bring more equity to the district, has fallen short of its goal. So have changes in the Opportunity Index. Again, while perhaps well-intentioned, there have been several unintended consequences. The problem is not just with the distribution of funds, it's about how big the pie is in the first place. Otherwise, we end up in a cycle of robbing Peter to pay Paul every year. Schools need to be funded with baseline coverage for positions that reflect what we believe every student deserves, not just for core subjects, but also for full-time nurses, PE teachers, arts educators, librarians, school counselors, and psychologists. They shouldn't be considered extras or add-ons that a school gets only if they can fundraise for them. At the very least, our schools need to receive maintenance funding that covers these positions. The weighted student funding formula is too sensitive to even small fluctuations due to projected enrollment changes. The unintended consequence is that funding that is supposed to go to special ed and EL students, for example, is used to maintain other critical positions at the school. It's not right, but it's what's happening when schools, again, like the Blackstone, are expected to roll out inclusion or take on a new SLIFE program, but aren't funded appropriately to staff them, while at the same time other essential positions are not adequately funded either. It's time to update the state formula, but it's also time to update the BPS weighted student formula as well. BPS must do better to fund our future and create the schools our students deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, President Tang, and thank you again for your advocacy at the State House.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Liana Lynch. She'll be followed by Soraya Powell, Larry Bowen, and Anaya Barros.
Hi.
Hi, my name is Leona Lynch, and I have been attending the Sarah Greenwood School for 8 years. I'm in the 6th grade. I'm the 6th grade class president and a part of the student council. We are here because we want My Ways Cafe to be a part of our school. Our school lunches have changed throughout the years we have been here, but the selections haven't improved much because we do not really have a kitchen where food can be prepared, so it's just reheated. Our school is asking for better school lunches and breakfast. In the past school student council meetings, we have been talking about getting better tasting and nutritious meals. The health of our classmates is very important to us, and that's why we want to have you My Way Cafe as a part of our school. As student council, we meet with our principal, Carla, every week, and we have spent the last 6 months surveying our community about the breakfast and lunches. We believe that every school deserves better. We have data on how many students prefer hot versus cold meals. The chart says that 88% of students prefer hot meals over cold meals, and 0% of students prefer cold breakfast on cold winter days. At the Greenwood, we take ethnic studies as a class. I personally identify as a social justice activist, and I know that food and health are at the base of supporting any community. I challenge you as members of school committee to come by this Greenwood and live for a day as a student that eats our current breakfast and lunch options. You will be left hungry, tired, and not ready to learn and work. Please help us change this reality and change the lives of over 400 students.
Thank you, Ms. Lynch.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Soraya Powell. She'll be followed by Larry Bowen, Anaya Barros, and Georgia Aliza.
Good evening, school committee members and family and parents and students. My name is Esther Lewis-Jardine. I'm a 4th grade teacher at the Holmes Innovation School in Dorchester. The mission of the Holmes Innovation School is to meet both the academic and social needs of all of our students. These needs go hand in hand with a child's basic needs, such as a healthy food. At the Holmes, 74% of our students qualify for free and reduced lunch. These students depend on receiving healthy cooked meals at school. We would love to provide our students with the opportunity to have a choice in the type of meal they would like to eat, like children have at the My Way Cafe. The meals provided by the My Way Cafe are not only nutritious and fresh, they are more like a home-cooked meal. The cafeterias at the school with My Way Cafe resemble a restaurant with family-style tables. This helps create a calm environment for our students. We think that the additional of a real oven and fresh food instead of food in plastic wrap packages will help ensure students fill up on a hearty meal so that they are better prepared for learning. We want to provide our students with the nourishment they deserve. We are so excited for this opportunity and hope that you will strongly consider opening a My Way Cafe at the Holmes Innovation School.
Hi, my name is Soraya Williams Powell, and I am 10-year-old 5th grader at the Oliver Wendell Holmes Innovation School in Dorchester. I am also an active member of the Student Council and junior coach. I have been in this school for 5 years, and for those years, my peers and I have not liked the food. I think myself and my fellow peers should have My Way Cafe. The reasons are kids should be able to have healthy choices about what they want to eat and how they want it. Healthy food allows kids to grow and allow us to have a fresh and energized mind when we're going into our class, in the morning after breakfast and in the afternoon after lunch. And My Way Cafe will allow us to be able to do so. Another factor to why this would be a good decision is that it provides an opportunity for other kids who may have allergies to have a different varieties of food to choose from. My Way Cafe will be a positive impact on my school and my peers overall, because not only will it show a better image of my school, but it will also allow for all students to have a healthy choice of food and will help them make better choices in the food that they eat outside of school. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Larry Bones Jr., and I have been a student at the Blackstone for many years. I'm here to talk about the concerns that many of us have. Investments are being taken away from our school budget for next year. Resources and teachers are being taken away from my classroom and my peers. Our school is making growth, and our teachers are working hard to close the education gap, which should be enough to get the students where they need to be. But without the help and support from these teachers, how are we supposed to double and triple our growth as students without the resources to help us? Teachers here at the Blackstone have made a big difference in my life and the lives of my peers. My teachers have helped me and my classmates through the struggles that come with learning in an inner city. I can't even imagine where I would be as a student if I didn't have the teachers I had. Myself and the next generation are already at a disadvantage academically compared to other neighboring schools and schools in the state. Taking resources away will leave us unprepared and even left behind. The federal government created the Every Student Succeed Act, giving students the right to do what they need in order to succeed. If this is true, then why are you allowing funds to be taken away from my education? Is my education not worth funding and investing in? We all matter, but we have to give each student what they need in order to be successful. That would look different for each kid because some kids need the extra support emotionally and academically. So without these supports, these students will fall behind, and that will make it hard for them to achieve their dreams and goals. Many of our classrooms are craving the attention and support from 2 trained and experienced teachers. Instead, classrooms are left with 1 teacher and a para, if they are lucky enough. Once again, the equation is being taken away, and the expectation is more from the students. Cutting $500,000 from our school will cut teachers and counselors from our school. Our 91% of high-need students need the supports to close the educational gap. So cutting the funding will only put more and more pressure on the hardworking and talented, caring teachers in the school. And finally, before you take something very valuable away from us, think about this. Would you want this to happen to your kids? So please don't do this to our school. Thank you for your time, and I hope you reconsider this concern our school has.
Hello, my name is Anaya. I'm a 5th grade student at the Blackstone School. Today I have a few questions and comments about a problem that has rattled me. After reading several articles about the $500,000 budget cut that my school will be facing for next year, it will be harder for most kids to excel. If different schools are getting more care and more money, even though lots of schools are in need, and our district leaders are making these decisions, then who can we trust to help us? When our leaders build more opportunity for children in charter schools, do you worry about the other children and how it will affect them, us? With all due respect, 91% of our school population falls in a high need category. Our students already deal with stressful issues at home, which will lead to other psychological problems that are currently affecting their learning now. Why are our leaders giving more funding and more money to certain schools? At my school, we don't even have walls, doors for our classrooms, or complete ceilings. Yet, you are building a whole new school for the Elliott Elementary School. That's very unfair. There are also 2 nearby schools blocks away that aren't facing a budget cut. I've heard that they are very good schools, and they don't have help and support students like ours. I also heard that students with learning disabilities or behavioral problem are sent to us, the school with no walls, no doors, and budget cuts. How is that fair or just? 91% of our students are high needs, and other schools send their students here. They can't support. We need more help for students we're supporting. So with these cuts, we lose several teachers, including the counselor and the special education teachers. That's why I'm so rattled and concerned. The next students next year need their teachers so they can succeed in school. Next year I will begin middle school, but now I'm questioning what Boston Public Middle School is like. Will they have budget cuts too? So why do we fight? We fight for the next generation of kids. We fight for a better education. We fight for the kids who can't speak for themselves and the struggling students. We fight for our future. Thank you and good night.
Hello, my name is Georgia Alezai, and I am a 5th grader at the Blackstone School, and I am concerned about something, and I want to share my concerns with you. We are the future. We should have the proper resources for our students and education at the Blackstone, yet because of budgets, we're not getting them. Our school, it's run down, it's not clean, it's also full of decay. Children here shouldn't have to feel this way, and now high-needs students are going to be affected because of budget cuts. This year, we have been fortunate enough to have teachers who are able to service each grade level. But with these cuts, that might not happen for next year's students. Some of these students are dealing with homelessness and come from low-income families. And student population is also made up of special education students, multiple disability students, and English language learners, which makes up 91% of our students. If 91% of our students fall into a high needs category, and if they don't receive this extra support, what will happen? I know they will fall behind academically. When these students fall behind, they become a distraction in class and act out, causing the class to fall apart. The same students getting distracted in class also have to constantly deal with the distraction of hallway noise because we don't have any walls and doors in our classroom, which is an issue. I am feeling helpless, hopeless, and afraid for myself and the next generation. These cuts shouldn't be happening because of the cost of good teachers is going up. I don't believe my education nor my peers' education should be affected based on these costs. I'm asking to reconsider. Please make a change for us, the kids who will be making a difference for the future to come. Thank you for your time and have a blessed night.
Next, we'll hear from Joshua Greenaway, followed by Gabriella DeLeon.
Good evening.
Hello, my name is Joshua, and I am a 5th grade student at the Blackstone School. I am here to express my concerns and feelings about the unfair decision to take money away from my school. This loss of money will limit the opportunities for success of my peers and I by taking away teachers and resources. We need teachers who can support students who need it academically and emotionally. 91% of children at the Blackstone have high needs, and we are getting rid of the teachers that help these students when they need more help. This year, teachers were able to service each grade level. This won't happen next year with these cuts. Younger generations of children at the Blackstone School will lose out on their education. This can't go on and must end soon. We need to save our school. I don't understand why my school keeps losing the things that mean the most to me, while other schools get more. Some schools, like charter schools, are getting a second building while we lose swim class. Other schools are learning in updated classrooms when most of us are learning in classrooms that don't have walls or doors. We are losing teachers, mentors, and resources. What is next? Taking money away from our school needs to stop. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Gabriella DeLeon, and I am a 5th grade student at Blackstone Elementary School. I am here today to shine the light on a very concerning issue that will affect the next generation of students in my school. I was informed about the unjust decision made by BPS to cut $500,000 from our school. My school is already trying to support and service a large population of high-needs students. We are currently trying to support 91% of the students who fall into a high-need category. For example, we currently have MD students, ELL students, and many special education students. We also have several students who are dealing with homelessness and have very hard living conditions. That's why we need more teachers to support them. But without these budget cuts, we are unable to afford these teachers. Without these teachers, students with behavior needs are not supported, and they distract and take away from our learning environment, which causes the students to fall academically behind. Also, we get distracted when we hear all the noises coming from the hallway because most of our classes don't even have any walls or doors. I have found it very difficult to learn when the students are distracting and are having an outburst. Lastly, during my 7 years at the Blackstone, I have been fortunate enough to receive some extra resources that were given to us when our school was in turnaround. But since then, my school has lost more and more money and resources each year due to the budget cuts. I guess I was lucky enough to get that support, but the next generation won't be as lucky as I was. The students that need extra help and support won't be able to get that next year if BPS does not restore the school's funding. So if students need extra help, don't you want to help them? If I had your job, that is what I would do. That's what I would want to do, to provide a safe and supportive learning environment where all students' learning needs were supported. And I hope you can help us get there. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Jabril Ferdowski, followed by Melanie Levitt and Louis Medina.
My name is Jabril Ferdowsi, and I am a 5th grade student at the Blackstone School. I would like to address an issue that has come to my attention. Recently, I read that BPS is cutting many resources in special education positions at the Blackstone. Special education students with high needs need that support in their classrooms to help with their learning. Your budget cuts affect my peers. I consider myself lucky that I have support this year. Next year, students will not have the support they have this year. Kids now have someone to service them in every grade, and because of these teachers, my peers are receiving extra help. Cutting these resources will affect the learning of my peers, and I don't want anything to affect their learning. The population of students who will be affected come from low-income families. I'm one of the students who has gotten plenty of support in this school. My life was very different in the 2nd grade, and I wasn't in a good place. But because of the resources and teachers, I'm thankful for them because they have helped me get to a better place today, emotionally and educationally. I think about those students who are like me and what those cuts are going to mean to them. Ever since I've been at the Blackstone, it seems like every year a needed resource gets cut from our school.
20 seconds.
For example, not too long ago, it was swimming that was cut, and we were devastated. This year, I feel the teacher support around behavior has improved. More of these teachers have been able to respond when something is happening in the classrooms. And the fact that we're a school with no doors or walls, we need all the extra support for those students who are having a difficult time dealing with their behavior in their classrooms. Don't we, the future generation, deserve better? Shouldn't we have more consideration before thinking about budget cuts? We're already a struggling school where many of us have to deal with difficult life situations every day. Shouldn't we also be able to have a voice about what our school should have? So it would be better for all of us. I'm quite sure schools in other districts, the suburbs, and the one around the corner isn't having this type of problem. Is it so hard to want the best for our education? BPS, please step up and take a stand for our students, our school, and our community, and rethink your decision. There has to be a better way.
My name is Milan, and our school has some classrooms without walls or doors. It's a danger to children to not have doors because if there is a person who makes bad choices with dangerous tools in our school, then the children in it just might get hurt really badly. So it would really help to get some extra money for new doors in our school. Plus, if some students are taking a test, then it would be very, very helpful to us because then we would be able to focus on tests without irritable sounds in the hallways. We need funds to keep special teachers like Miss Burke, our mindfulness teacher, and Miss Emerson, who pulls kids out of classes to teach them things they do not yet understand, and 5 more supporting teachers. So if kids do not have teachers who pull them out of classes to teach them, then it will be really hard for them to learn what other people have learned during the times when they were out of the school or the classroom. Plus, if you give us some more money, then we might be able to reopen the swimming pool. It would be good to have the swimming pool again because then some people who do not know how to swim could learn how to. Swimming is important because if there is a strong current at a beach and you do not know how to swim, you would most likely drown. But if you know how to swim, then you would most likely not drown. So please help our school be a calm, safe, and comfortable school where we can thrive.
Thank you both.
Our next speaker is Louis Medina. He'll be followed by Danielle Costello.
Sorry, what was that name again, Ms. Sullivan?
It's Louis Medina.
Is Mr. Medina here?
Sure, our next speaker is Danielle Costello. And she'll be followed by Crystal Collier and Sangrario Carrasco.
Danielle's not here. I can start. Yeah.
Okay.
Good evening. My name is Crystal Collier. I've been a teacher at Blackstone Elementary for 7 years. I've worked as a teacher in the classroom, but also a resource teacher. During this time, I have seen budget cuts each and every year, and I've also seen our high-needs student population increase. The Blackstone has become a refuge for high-needs students that have been pushed out and marginalized by nearby level 1 schools. Servicing students that are a different hue, that get a different view of education. These marginalized students are now reassigned to Blackstone. As they're displaced and reassigned, we are busting at the seams to treat them and help them. We're at capacity. We're doing the best we can to provide a wonderful education for students in the 21st century. These proposed budget cuts will limit us even more. Mayor Walsh' recent State of Address was ambitious but necessary, addressing the need to invest in education for all students. Walsh encourages the nation's leaders to look towards Boston. I encourage you to be the forefront, to be ambitious, to invest in Blackstone, because we are worth investing in. I have a 19-month-old son, and his favorite book is The Little Engine That Could. If you don't know that story, there's an engine who's trying to get over the mountain. This budget of $500,000 is our mountain, and we can get over it if we decide to. But in the story, there are people who came by and would not help. Some were too tired, some were too old, some just didn't want to be bothered. But there was a little blue engine who said, I think I can, I think I can, I think I can. So I challenge you to do the things that we think we can't do. I challenge the community, I challenge the parents, and I challenge you all, and also the mayor's office, to think we can, think we can, think we can.
Thank you, Ms. Collier.
Walls and doors are important because they provide a silent workspace for students and teachers. For example, if there is a screaming student outside, they will not hear. They also provide safety to unknown men or women entering the school for some odd reason. And how come other schools are filled with walls and doors and we have only a little? A little. That's not fair at all. At all. There might be a cost, but that cost is for learning and safety in this school. Kids in this school deserve a quiet workspace when working. The Blackstone is losing over $500,000. We're going to lose the teachers that take small groups to learn other things such as Miss Clark and other support teachers. Our interventionist. We need those teachers a lot because there are kids that struggle with math, reading, and writing, as if we weren't struggling enough. First swimming and now support teachers. My name is Louis. Thanks for your cooperation and help the Blackstone School succeed and thrive sincerely.
Thank you, Mr. Medina.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sagrario Carrasco, followed by Iris Diaz and Yanette Nunez.
Mi nombre es Sagrario Carrasco.
Good evening, my name is Sagrario Carrasco.
Llegué aquí de la República Dominicana.
I'm coming from the Dominican Republic.
Hace unos meses llegué a este país con mis hijos.
I've been here for several months. I came with my sons here to the U.S.
Dejando todo lo que tenía en mi país.
I left everything I had in my country.
Mi profesión, mi trabajo, mi cultura.
My career, my work, my culture.
Para luego adaptarme a un país totalmente diferente al mío.
In order to be able to adapt to a completely new country, very different than my home country.
A los pocos meses inscribí a mis hijos en la escuela Blackstone.
After a couple of months of being here, I registered my kids at the Blackstone School.
Recuerdo que llegué allí el primer día de la escuela.
I do remember the first day of class when I went to school.
Estaba nerviosa y sobre todo muy preocupada.
I was very nervous and overall very concerned.
Pues no sabía nada sobre el sistema de la escuela de este país.
I was not familiar at all with the system here in the United States, the school system that is.
Recuerdo que la persona que coordina el trabajo con las familias
I do remember that the person that coordinates every activity with the families
me vio la cara de preocupación y me dijo, ¿qué le pasa?
She looked at me, she saw my face, my expression, and she asked me, what is happening to you?
Y yo le contesté, mis hijos vienen a este país por primera vez, a esta escuela por primera vez.
And I did answer, my sons are coming here for the first time from my country and here for the first time at this school.
Recuerdo que lo mandé en el bus y yo me fui en un taxi.
I do remember I sent them via a bus and I took a taxi.
Al llegar mis hijos no habían llegado a la escuela.
When I got there, my kids had not arrived to school yet. I got there first.
Pues el bus había tenido un retraso porque el tránsito estaba muy congestionado.
There was a lot of traffic apparently and the school bus was delayed.
La coordinadora me ayudó y me dijo, tranquila, que lo vamos a encontrar.
The coordinator was very helpful and she said, do not worry, we're going to find them.
Al poco rato lo encontramos.
Several minutes after we found them.
Y mi pregunta es, con este recorte del presupuesto de la escuela de $500,000, ¿a dónde vamos a parar?
So my question is, with this budget cut of $500,000, where are we going to go with this cut?
Si no se van a poder sostener todas las posiciones, incluyendo la posición de la coordinadora de familia.
If all positions are not going to be sustained and are not to be kept, including the family coordinator position at school,
Cuando lleguen padres como yo, buscando este tipo de información y apoyo,
When parents like myself go there to find this type of information and this type of support
para nuestros hijos, ¿qué va a pasar?
for our kids, the question is, what is going to happen?
Debemos ser conscientes y luchar hasta el final por el presupuesto de nuestra escuela.
So we have to be aware, we have to have consciousness, and we have to fight until the end for a proper budget of school.
Porque si no nos unimos todos
If we don't become united
y nos concientizamos de la importancia de tener una coordinadora de familia,
if we are not aware together and become conscious about the importance of having a family coordinator for school,
que es el enlace entre las familias y la escuela,
which is the connection and the entity that connects families with schools,
tendremos una gran cantidad de familias desorientadas.
we will be having a lot of disoriented families.
Por eso quiero pedirles que nos ayuden a conseguir que el presupuesto de nuestra escuela Blackstone no sea cortado.
That is precisely why we are asking that the budget of the Blackstone School is not cut.
Muchas gracias. Buenas noches.
Thank you very much and good night to all.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Iris Diaz, followed by Yanette Nunez, Sonia Medina, and Isabel Harida.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Iris Díaz.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Iris Diaz.
Soy puertorriqueña con un menor IEP.
I am from Puerto Rico and I do have a minor who is on an IEP.
El 16 de junio del 2016 me mudé a Boston.
June 16, 2016, I came to Boston.
En septiembre del mismo año, mi hijo ingresó a la escuela Blackstone,
September that same year, my kid started at the Blackstone School.
cursando el primer grado y tomando terapias del habla.
He started in first grade and he started taking speech therapies.
El año pasado me citaron para comunicarme
Last year, I had an appointment. They wanted to talk to me.
que le daban de alta al menor porque entendía que ya no necesitaba los servicios.
And they said that they thought that the kid will no longer need the services he was being receiving at the school.
Este año solicité una revaluación, las cuales comenzarán a dar este año,
So I did request a reevaluation, and that was in place this year.
pero esto me llena de preocupación,
This was a cause of major concern to myself.
ya que por esta razón que entiendo
Because of that same reason, I do understand that
que si recortan presupuesto,
if the budget is to be cut,
el personal de maestros se verá afectado
the body of the teachers will be affected.
y a su vez no solo mi niño,
And at the same time, not only my child,
sino todos los niños que reciben este servicio.
but every child that gets the service at school will be affected.
La escuela Blackstone tiene muchos niños con IEP
You have to consider that the Blackstone School has many kids on IEPs.
y si se lleva a cabo un recorte, estos niños se verán afectados en su educación.
If a budget goes into effect, that will affect the education of all these kids.
Muchas gracias, buenas noches.
Thank you very much and good night to all.
Bien. Buenas noches. Mi
Good
nombre
evening.
es Gine Núñez.
Inez Nunez is my name.
Mis hijas estudian en la escuela pública de la Blackstone.
My daughters are going to the Blackstone Public School.
A mí me parece que la escuela es muy buena.
I do personally think that it is a very good school, the Blackstone School.
Tiene incluso servicios que otras escuelas no tienen,
As a matter of fact, they do offer services that other schools do not offer.
pero por falta de recursos,
Mhm.
cada mañana los estudiantes de silla de rueda tienen que bajarse del bus.
But considering the lack of resources, every kid that goes there in a wheelchair, they have to come out of the bus
En el área que la pared se está cayendo.
in an area where the walls are falling.
A pesar de los años, la pared no la han arreglado.
The years pass by and the wall has not been repaired.
Entiendo también que los maestros
I also understand that the teachers,
han tenido que proporcionar sus propios recursos
they had actually to volunteer their own resources
para cubrir algunas necesidades
to be able to cover some of the needs
de las escuelas públicas.
of the public schools, this public school needs, that is.
Hace falta más tecnología,
There is more technology that is needed there.
como tablets y computadora.
For example, tablets and computers are needed as well.
Me preocupa el aprendizaje de mis hijas
It is very concerning how my girls are learning there,
que es necesario para el futuro en este país.
and her education is critical for their future in this country.
Les pido que nos ayuden a que las BPAs
So I do ask for you, for your help, and that BPS
tengan más recursos para asegurar el futuro exitoso de mis hijas y de todos los niños en este estado.
I do ask that BPS allocates more resources to be able to guarantee a more successful type of future for my kids, for my daughter, and for every kid here in the Boston Public Schools.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Sonia Medina,
Good evening, my name is Sonia Medina.
soy de República Dominicana.
I am coming from the Dominican Republic.
Tengo dos niños que están en la escuela Blackstone,
I do have two kids going to Blackstone School.
que está en quinto grado y en tercer grado.
They're in the 5th grade and the 3rd grade, respectively.
Cuando mis hijos comenzaron en esta escuela, me sentí segura y emocionada,
When they started at this school, I felt reassured and I was very excited
porque desde el principio de la semana de clase sentí que mis hijos estaban recibiendo una buena educación,
because at the beginning of every week, it was my impression that my kids were getting a good education.
Uno de mis hijos, hay uno que tiene autismo e hiperactividad en la escuela.
One of my kids actually is autistic and he's hyperactive at school.
Mi hijo recibía atención adecuada desde que comenzó en esta escuela.
He was getting the proper attention when he started at this school.
Del principio, mi hijo no tenía lo que era noción del tiempo.
At the beginning, my kid, unfortunately, he did not have a good understanding of time itself.
Se comportaba de una manera no muy segura.
So his behavior was not a safe one. His conduct was not very safe.
Estaba ausente del mundo.
Basically, he was absent from this world.
Hasta que llegó al punto de atentar contra su propia vida.
Until the point that he tried to take away his own life.
Después de recibir los programas, empezó a comportarse de otra manera.
After he started receiving these programs, he started behaving in a different way.
Por esta razón, estoy aquí.
That is precisely why I am here, for that reason.
Y me siento muy preocupada al saber sobre estos recortes de fondo que están pasando para las escuelas públicas de Boston, y especialmente para la Blackstone.
It is very concerning to me what is happening right now with the budget cuts, with the Blackstone School, the budget cuts, and especially with the Boston Public's budget cuts that are going on right now.
Quiero pedirle a este comité que por favor nos ayude
So I would like to ask this committee in front of me, please help us.
a elevar nuestras necesidades
Please help to satisfy better our needs,
y que el presupuesto de nuestra escuela no sea recortado.
and the budget from our school is not cut.
Es una situación para mí bien difícil porque he vivido cosas que no quisiera persona ni madre verse en mis zapatos.
In my personal life, in my personal opinion, I've been through personal situations that I do not wish any mother, any kid to be in my shoes. In my personal situation, went through many things.
al escuchar que mi hijo me han llamado de la escuela, ha querido intentar hacerse daño.
Getting a call from school and hearing from them that he wanted to hurt himself
Por su comportamiento
because of his behavior
y su forma de pensar.
and because of his way of thinking.
Por favor, piensen en nosotros como padres, lo que tenemos que pasar
So please think about us as parents, what we have to go through
con estos niños que tienen diferentes condiciones.
with these kids that have different needs, different conditions.
Y necesitan de este dinero y de los maestros que están en corte.
They do need this money. They need the assistance of the teachers that are going through court right now.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Isabel Heredia, followed by Rafaela Polanco, Izora Peguero, and Dave Nave.
Buenas noches.
Good evening.
Mi nombre es Rafaela Polanco.
Rafaela Polanco is my name.
Soy de Baní, de la República Dominicana.
I am from the city of Benin, Dominican Republic.
Cuando mi hijo y yo llegamos a este país,
When myself and my son arrived to this country,
a pesar de que mi maleta tenía mi ropa,
besides considering that I have all my clothing in my luggage,
tenía una carga emocional
there was also an emotional load in it.
muy pesada.
Very heavy load, that is.
Dejaba atrás mi cultura,
I
mi
left
costumbre,
behind my customs, my culture,
mi clima,
my climate,
mi país tan calientito, República Dominicana.
that beautiful warm weather that we have in the Dominican Republic was left behind.
Dentro de mí sentía una incertidumbre y una gran preocupación.
There was a lot of uncertainty and preoccupation inside of me.
¿Cómo explicarle a mi hijo de 3 añitos sobre el cambio que tenía que enfrentar en su vida?
How was I going to be able to explain to my 3-year-old kid the changes that were to come in his life moving forward?
Un niño de 3 años no sabe de situación económica difícil.
We're talking about a 3-year-old kid that does not know what a difficult financial situation is.
Y a eso agregarle que veníamos los dos solitos,
Adding to that, on top of that, it was just him and myself coming together from the Dominican Republic
porque su padre había muerto en un accidente
because the father had died in an accident.
y solo estaríamos él y yo en este país.
So we were left only by ourselves living in this country.
El primer día que dejé a mi niño en la escuela Blaston,
The first day that I left my kid at the Blackstone School,
mi hijo con lágrimas en sus ojitos
my kid with tears and tears in his eyes,
me dijo, mami, no me dejes solo en esta escuela porque aquí nadie va a entenderme, yo no hablo inglés.
he says, "Mom, do not leave me alone at this school. Nobody will understand me. I do not speak English."
Sabía que sería una transición muy difícil
I knew at that moment it was going to be a difficult transition.
y le dije, hijo mío, todo va a estar bien.
I told him, "My son, everything will be fine."
Salí llorando por la escalera
Went downstairs crying myself.
y cuando bajaba, la coordinadora de familia y comunidad
On my way down the stairs, the coordinator of families and the community coordinator
me dijo, mamá, quiero dejarte saber que aquí en esta escuela tenemos programas para los aprendices del idioma inglés.
told me, "My dear, I just wanted to let you know that at this particular school we do have programs for the English learners.
Y también tenemos una social emocional que puede ayudarlos en esta transición.
And we do have also an social emotional support that could help your kid in this particular transition."
Era como si ella supiera lo que me estaba pasando y lo que sentía.
So it's like she was able to read inside of me. It's like she knew what I was going through inside of me.
Desde ese momento me involucré en los programas que ofrecía la escuela junto con mi niño.
At that particular moment, I decided to get involved in the programs offered here at school along with my kid.
Y saben cuando me di cuenta que los programas de la escuela Blaston para este tipo de familia como yo estaban haciendo resultado en mi hijo.
And you know how I realized that the programs in place here at the Blackstone School were having positive results on my kid?
Cuando mi hijo llegó a casa y me dijo, mami, ¿sabías que papi está en el cielo, en un lugar muy especial?
When he came home and he told me, Mom, do you know that is in a very special place in the heavens?
Miss María, la social emocional, hace dibujos mágicos conmigo, mami, y me enseña cómo puede estar mi papi en el cielo.
Miss Maria, she does these special, beautiful drawings, emotional drawings, and she shows me how my father could be in the heavens. That's what Maria does.
Ella me lleva a su oficina, mami, y me enseña dibujo y me enseña a jugar y me hace sentir que soy importante en esta escuela.
She brings me to her office, she shows me pictures, and she makes me feel that I am important here at school.
En ese momento me dice, mami, I speak English very well now.
At that particular moment, he said, Mom, I do speak English very well right now.
Porque tengo un maestro que me mira a mí y me enseña y me dice cómo debo decir, hola, ¿cómo estás? Hi, how are you?
Because I have a teacher that tells me, that greets me, that says, hello, how are you, and teaches me how to say it.
Hoy en día mi hijo está en tercer grado.
My son nowadays is on the 3rd grade.
Habla los dos idiomas perfectamente.
Perfectly well, speaks both languages.
Es un niño que tiene un profesor maravilloso, Mr. Lanky, que está aquí.
Mr. Lanky, he's here. He has him as a teacher. He's a wonderful teacher.
Y me dice, tu hijo es estudiante de A y de B.
And he says, your son is an A and a B student.
Me pregunto, ¿cuántas familias van a llegar a la escuela Blaston con mi historia?
So I wonder myself how many times are going to arrive to the Blackstone School with my history, with the same type of
Y a lo
experience.
mejor no vamos a tener este cuerpo maravilloso de profesores que están aquí.
Perhaps we're not going to have any longer that incredible and wonderful body of teachers that we have here today.
Me consta, son hombres y mujeres que todos los días dan todo por nuestros hijos.
Men and women that they give it all for our kids every single day. Those are our teachers.
Lo más importante para nosotros son nuestros hijos.
The most important thing for us is our kids.
Me imagino que ustedes tienen hijos.
I do imagine that you have kids as well.
Ayúdennos
Help
a no
us.
permitir que la Blaston se le corte su presupuesto.
To allow that budgets are cut at the Blackstone Hotel, please, at the Boston Club. Help us.
En Puerto Rico dicen, yo voy a ustedes.
In Puerto Rico, they say we're going to go towards you, help you.
Y yo creo en ustedes.
And I do believe in you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Next, we'll hear from Izora Porgero, followed by Dave Nave, Monica Hall Porter, and Jen Rose Wood.
Ms. Sullivan, before the next speaker begins, was there someone named Isabel Heredia that we missed on the list? Oh, I'm sorry. Hello. Welcome.
Mi nombre es Isabel Heredia.
Good evening, Isabella Heredia is my name.
Tengo una niña de 7 años, está en la escuela Harley.
I have a 7-year-old girl. She's going to the Harley School.
Cuando llegué a este país, mi hija la mandaron para la Blaston.
When I came to this country, my daughter, she was sent to the Blackstone School.
Pero yo la había escrito, o sea, la había registrado en la Harley.
I had registered her first at the Hurley School.
Cuando llegué a esa escuela, a la Blaston,
Once I arrived to that school, the Blackstone School,
la directora
the principal
me dijo, tu niña está en Hurley,
She said, your girl is actually registered at the Hurley School,
pero si tú quieres puedes dejarla aquí.
but if you wish, she can stay here with us, she said.
Yo le dije que quería que estuviera en la Hurley porque estaba más cerca de casa.
So I told her because of the proximity to my house, I wanted her to be at the Hurley School.
Pero no sabía que iba a conocer la historia de la escuela Blaston.
But I didn't know that I was going to be exposed to the Blackstone School history.
Soy madre organizadora en San Steven
I am an organizer, I'm a mother at St. Stephen's.
y he podido conocer la historia de la escuela Blaston.
I have been able to and had the opportunity to know the Blackstone's story and history.
Me parece una maravillosa escuela.
I do believe the Blackstone School is a wonderful school.
Me recuerda cuando yo era niña.
It reminds me of my childhood.
En Santo Domingo teníamos una escuela que se llamaba María Blanca.
We were going to school in Santo Domingo, the Dominican Republic. It was called Maria Blanca. That's the name of the school.
Yo asistí ahí por muy poco tiempo.
I did go there for a short period of time.
Porque a esa escuela tenía ese mismo problema de presupuesto.
Because precisely that particular school had budgetary problems as well.
En ese tiempo, en esa escuela ayudaban a los niños de escasos recursos.
At that time, they were helping kids with not much resources, poor kids.
Yo era una de esos niños de escasos recursos.
I was one of those kids with not much financial resources.
Ellos decidieron sacar a esos niños de escasos recursos y tener a los papás que podían pagar la escuela.
So they decided to remove those kids that couldn't afford a school, and they decided to stay with the parents that were able to afford school.
Yo me fui como sacrificada y siento que los niños de la Blaston hoy en día están siendo sacrificados también.
I feel I was sacrificed somehow, and I do have the feeling that the kids at the Blackstone School are being sacrificed somehow as well.
30 seconds remaining.
30 segundos.
No.
Tienes 30 segundos.
Me gustaría que cada uno de ustedes piense en el futuro de esos niños de la Blaston.
So I would like that all of you and any of you think about the future of every kid at the Blackstone School.
Mi esperanza es que aprueben ese presupuesto para que esos niños no sean sacrificados.
So it is my hope that that budget is approved and it is passed so those kids are not to be sacrificed.
Me parece muy injusto que ellos no, dando dos escuelas como la donde va mi hija y la escuela Blaston, que ellos tampoco no puedan tener lo que necesitan en la Blaston.
Considering that there are two different schools where my daughter goes and the Blackstone School, it would be very unjust and unfair that they do not have what they need at school.
Ms. Heredia?
Thank you,
Es
Ms.
muy
Heredia.
injusto, pero vamos a seguir luchando.
It's very unjust, but we will keep fighting.
Thank you.
Lo dejo en sus manos.
So it is in your hands.
Gracias.
Thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you. Thank you. A representative from Representative John Santiago's office has arrived. I called him earlier. He'll be followed by Azora Peguero, Dave Nave, and Monica Hall Porter.
Sí. Exacto. Good evening, my name is Isaura Peguero. I have two children. One of my child is 10 years old. He go to Hurley School. Well, he's not in the Blackstone, but my son, he used to be IP student before, and he get his classes on Blackstone School. Today, my son is a bright child, a bright student. He's a bilingual student, and I just feel I just had the feeling for the parents and the student of the Blackstone School. And I just wanted to let you guys know that it's not gonna be fair if they found the budget cut. Please think about the child with the high need, and the teachers, the parents. That's it. Good night.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm here on behalf of State Representative John Santiago, who regrettably could not be here this evening as the House of Representatives is currently still in session. First, the representative would like to thank the many dedicated advocates, parents, and students for joining us tonight. While City Councilor Ed Flynn could not be in attendance this evening, he further echoes his support for the Blackstone School community. The representative would also like to thank the members of the Boston School Committee for this opportunity to speak. Representative Santiago represents the 9th Suffolk District, which includes the Blackstone Elementary School. Many of our constituents are Blackstone School parents, teachers, and community leaders that recognize the importance of this institution as an educational cornerstone of our community. With over 580 kindergarten through 5th graders, Blackstone provides a top quality education in a welcoming learning environment for one of the most diverse student populations in the city of Boston. The representative is calling on the Boston Public Schools Budget Office and School Committee to provide Blackstone with an adequate budget so that the Blackstone community can meet its legal, moral, and educational obligations. Our school serves many high-need students, with a student body consisting of 47% English language learners, 24% special education students, and 82% economically disadvantaged students. Additionally, 13% of the student body are both English language learners and special education students. The current funding presented by BPS does not allow Blackstone to provide essential services to the students who need it most. At a minimum, the school requires an additional $500,000 to meet its basic requirements for these students. The current budget proposal for the Blackstone Community School is simply inadequate. The Blackstone community should not have to choose between the needs of its English language learners or the needs of its special education students. Our community should not have to choose between the need for a school counselor or a family engagement coordinator. This current budget proposal will force the Blackstone community to make an impossible and detrimental choice. The representative stands with the parents, teachers, and community leaders of the Blackstone School in requesting that the Boston Public Schools provide the full funding necessary for a healthy and effective school community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Monica Hall Porter, followed by Jen Rose Wood, Sahar Abdul Adal, and Mark Schaefer.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Monica Hall Porter, and I am the co-chair of the Nathan Hale School Parent Council. Thank you for this opportunity to speak about an issue that is prevalent in two distinct scenarios we have encountered at the Hale. In short, it feels as if the parent community is being somewhat disregarded. We don't think our voice is being heard or considered in several decisions. The first, swift implementation of a security policy with no room for dialogue with key stakeholders in our community. During the 17-18 academic year, we were told that in order to improve school security, our office would be moved from its current location on the 3rd floor of the school to an area that would be better situated to provide a secure environment for our students. I happened to meet with our principal late during the summer following that academic year and found that there was no apparent work completed on this project. I inquired about the lack of progress with a BPS official who is directly involved in the decision, Ed Lee, and he could provide no answers. He literally looked me in my eyes and said, "I don't know." Fast forward to the current academic year, around October, November, and a swift directive was delivered and implemented, barring us from taking our children to their classes in the morning. There was no communication around this decision, only a swift directive that we must do. The second issue Reduction of specialists and special classes. Last year, it was physical education. This year, the site council was forced to choose between reducing art, science, or computer class. Again, not a choice, but forced to choose between the three things. In effect, we are being mandated to play educational Jenga. The Hale is a tower of educational achievement. Reducing specials is like removing the Jenga pieces and waiting with bated breath to see if the tower is going to fall.
20 seconds.
We have been told that these reductions are tied to adjustments to account for student enrollment fluctuations. Will this trend of reducing integral co-curricular assets continue? I certainly hope not. It is in our best interest to maintain and even restore our specialists and special classes. The Nathan Hale Parent Council is committed to advocating for the programming that will continue to produce outstanding scholars at the Hale. I implore you to infuse more transparency in and frequency of communications with our Hale community. The future of our students depends on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Our next speaker is Jen Rose Wood, followed by Sahar Abdul Adal and Mark Schaefer.
I'm here tonight as a parent council member from the Nathan Hale School, a citywide parent council representative, and proud mother of 2 children at the Nathan Hale School, one of Boston's great elementary schools, along with the Blackstone, and a school that was recently described as a jewel in Boston Public Schools' crown. Along with many other concerned parents and teachers, I attended last night's meeting at the Hale, led by Romaine Tech, a first-rate principal, tireless advocate, and tiger mama of the best kind. We love you, Romaine. In the meeting, we heard from Ms. Roberts and Mr. Lee about why the Hale is facing a $130,000 budget cut. And I thank them for their time, but the more they explained, the more confused I got. Numbers don't lie, but they don't always tell the whole truth. And the truth is that it's unacceptable in the 21st century, when most good, high-paying jobs require a high degree of computer literacy, for our computer classes to be cut. It is unacceptable for a district that is committed to closing opportunity gaps and committed to creating more justice and educational equity to not fully fund our school, which is 68% economically disadvantaged and 62% high need. It is unacceptable that for fiscal year 2019, charter schools are receiving $167 million in state aid, covering 100% of their budgets, while only $52.98 million in state aid. That's contrasted with $167 million. Only $52.98 million in state aid is going to Boston Public Schools, covering only 5% of our budget. It is unacceptable that you, our school committee, and the city leaders do anything less than the best for our children. And I ask and beg you to please find a way to keep this money in the Hale, in the Blackstone, in all the schools, and to help us lift up our children, our schools, our communities, and our city. Thank you very much.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Sahar Abdul, and my children go to the Nathan Hale School. So a few weeks ago, I sat in on a school committee meeting, and we were told about the budget cuts, which did not make sense to me. The principal, Mrs. Tech, tried to explain the best way she could, explaining that cutoff for the budget was October 15th. However, before October 15th, there were several open seats for the school that she continued to call to say to fill these seats. The seats were never filled. After the 15th, the seats were immediately filled. It's very unfair for the school to have the budget reflected upon a number that you all know is not accurate, because you're going to fill the seats. And how do you know you're going to fill the seats? Because you do it year after year and a year. So you're pulling money and you're putting money somewhere else. It doesn't make sense. In that meeting, we had to decide to cut art, technology, or science. That seems ridiculous, being in Boston next to Cambridge. This is the biotech capital of the world. Why are we not preparing our children to stay here and support their cities, their communities, the state? We're not preparing these children. So the numbers are cut, where's the money going? Because you can look at your numbers the same way we have our numbers. Okay, fine, October 15th, we were under census, but you know good and well that you put those kids in there. Now we're over. So now we're in more of a crunch because the school has too many kids. But how do the kids get there? You all put them there. It's not fair. It doesn't make sense at all. So if you want to sit there and have the budgets cut off by October 15th, there needs to be something that comes later on, maybe April, May, to say actual numbers. You can't give a budget based upon projected numbers when you know you're going to have an actual number at the end of the year. That's just basic math. So to me, it seems very unfair for the children. I grew up. I had art. I had science. I had technology. I didn't have technology. But these are things that the children need today. These are things that you all are taking away from these children. I don't know if your children go to Boston public schools. I don't know if you all live in Boston, if these are things that if this is your reality. This is my reality. My children shouldn't have to worry about this. You all have to fix this.
Thank you.
Thank you. After Mr. Schaefer, we'll hear from Ayana Hines and Ann Huang.
Good evening. I want to follow up on what my co-parent, my fellow parent, Sahar Abdullah Adil said. My name is Mark Schaefer. My daughter is a third grader at the Nathan Hale School, which, as you probably know, is one of the highest performing schools in the Boston public school system. We at the Nathan Hale have two problems that you need to address, and I just want to add a few things to what Monica Hall Porter said and Sahar Abdul Adil. The first is, again, pointing out that for the second year in a row, the BPS seems to be knowingly underfunding our school. As Sahar pointed out, on October 15th of this year, there were 12 open seats at the Nathan Hale and 21 students on the waiting list. Nathan Hale Principal Romaine Tech Mills called the enrollment office every week from the beginning of school to October 15th. Yet the seats were not filled. Why is the current, and you might be thinking that the students on the waiting list did not match the open seats. So our question is, as Sahar pointed out, why are we, I believe at this point, 2 seats short of being fully enrolled. As they've pointed out, Hale Operational Superintendent Ed Lee and Chief Engagement Officer Monica Roberts were unable to answer that question to us satisfactorily and clearly. They did, however, suggest that one of the confusions we might have is that students enrolled in the school after the first close of enrollment period are not guaranteed a seat at the school, but will have to go back into the lottery for the next year. So does that mean that the students, although they are in the school for nearly the entire academic year, do not need to be taken into account when it comes to calculating per student funding for the school? That would make sense if the enrollment at the Nathan Hale were consistently declining. However, according to the BPS's own historical enrollment and projections report from 2004 to 2017, which Mr. Lee provided us today, the Nathan Hale's spring and final enrollment was always over 163 students, which is current capacity. From 2004 to 2017, the spring and final enrollment was always over full capacity. Only the previous year was it below at 161 students, too short.
Thank you, Mr. Schaefer.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr. Schaefer, if you have written testimony, you're welcome to submit it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Ayana Hines, followed by Ann Huang and Bolade Olawiwa. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Is Ann Huang here? Yes. Thank you.
My name is Ann Huang. My oldest is 10-year-old. She's fourth grade. I'm so lucky that she was able to get in almost 5 years ago into the Nathan Hale School. And after that, the Hale School has performed so much better. And everybody in my neighborhood wants to sign their kids in. But I have one neighbor who's 5 minutes away from the school. They didn't get in for 2 years, and they went to ask for the principal, talked to everyone for so long, they couldn't get the seats. So I really have a doubt that we are below enrollment. And I've seen the PE teacher got taken away last year. I'm just couldn't take it anymore. If you get our computer class or science class away, this is unacceptable. My kids told me they have to stay inside for recess when it's cold, when it's rain, because we don't have a gym. And when we have a meeting for school performance, we have to walk to Timothy, and we have to go to another school. We don't have an auditorium. Nobody cares to get some budget to repair our school or to improve it. So I ask you, don't take those budget away again and invest more.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Boladi Aloiwa, followed by Teresa Pretziger, Carmen Torres, and Logan Keck.
Ms. Olawia here? Okay.
Okay. Is Teresa with us? Yep, come on up. Followed by Carmen Torres, Logan Keck, and Bill Wolf. Good evening.
Good evening. I have 2 children at the Hale. My youngest is a second grader who has been at the school since K1. When she started, the PE teacher was at our school 3 days a week, and each student had PE 2 days a week. It was reduced to 2 days a week, with most students receiving PE 1 day per week. Last year, our projections of special ed students was reduced by 9 students because 9 students were graduating. However, at the same time, 8 students were in the system to start receiving special ed services for this year. So in reality, we are not receiving funding for special ed for 8 students, of which we are entitled to receive. This difference accounts for the salary of the PE teacher. He was reduced again to 1 day. Now my 4th grader does not receive PE for the 1 day a week, which the state law mandates. Now, the very next year, we are projected to lose students when that does not match the reality of our school. Once again, this inaccurate and inequitable cut is resulting in cutting another special, this time computers. We are told that learning cursive is outdated, and the skill our children need is typing. Now our children are being stripped of this part of their education, which sets them up for failure in the future. At the same time, one of the biggest assets of our school has been is the sense of family and community that we have been able to experience these past 3.5 years. And this is now referring to what Monica was talking about, the sudden abrupt change in security. As a central part of fostering the community we have experienced has been morning drop-off. Since my child has been in K1, we have taken her to class and dropped her off. This has added to her sense of security and well-being at the school, as well as fostering parent engagement and involvement with fellow parents. Getting to know parents has made the Hale a safer place, as we create an environment where we are looking out not only for our own children, but for one another's children. In response to a letter the Parent Council sent, we were given a superintendent circular. In the circular, saying that this is a new district-wide policy. This is a big change that should have been announced at a district level, as many other schools allow parents to drop students off at their class. In addition, the reason stated in the circular for the change was increased violence of our country. However, this policy when I talked to Ed Lee about this policy, he said it was because of keeping kids from parents who had criminal records. This is not a new problem that the country is experiencing. It's not a problem that has ever been a problem at our school. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Carmen Torres, followed by Logan Keck, Bill Wolf, and Kendra Ammon Dufton.
Good
Hi,
evening.
good evening. I'm Carmen Torres. I'm a concerned parent. My daughter's at the Nathan Hale, and she is in K2, so we are new to the school. But I did a lot of research when I enrolled her in the school, and it was my first choice because it had a wonderful library. It was a small school. The teachers were so loving and warm, and they were very attentive. So when we heard that she was going to get into the school, I was very happy. She was there the first year, now she's in K2, and we hear she can't have a PE teacher. And she's 6 years old, she's running around. You know, I don't want her inability to play and run and release these, you know, the energy to distract her from being able to focus on school when it's time to read and write, you know. So now they're talking about cutting science and art, and my daughter loves math, she loves science, she loves art, she loves all these subjects that I know will be beneficial and will lead her to great career when she grows up. But elementary school serves as a foundation. So if she doesn't get this education now, I don't know if I can instill it when she's in middle school, when she's harder to control, you know? So when you have little kids, you want to teach them all you can. You want to really establish a strong foundation. And as another parent said, technology is so important. You know that when you need a technology person to assist you with something, you know, you need someone to know about technology. So my children, you know, I hope that they can learn about technology, because we're heading into a world where that's our source of communication. We need it on an everyday basis. These companies operate, and agencies and offices operate with communication, with technology. So I wouldn't want to restrict my daughter from having that computer class, you know, where she can learn the basics. And we cannot just pretend like all these students who do not have access to technology, or, you know, if technology is taken away, there are parents who cannot provide a computer at home. I was one of those children. I had to go to libraries, but what if the library closed? My parents didn't know better. They don't have access to computers, you know, and when I was, sorry?
Excuse me, I'm afraid you're past your time.
Oh, okay, all right.
Thank
Well,
you.
anyway, please reconsider the budget cuts for the Nathan Hale. Our children need it.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Logan Keck. Logan Keck, followed by Bill Wolf, Kendra Ammon Dufton, and Julia Hebert.
My name is Logan Keck. I am the father of 3 children that go to the Nathan Hale School, and a 4th child that we hope will begin there in a couple of years. You already heard from a lot of our parents about the status of our school. You know that our school is a consistent top performer. And you've heard already that for whatever reason, each year you take away more from our school. I think the message that you've heard from all of us so far is that this most recent cut is a cut too far, and it needs to be reversed. Not only would we like to see the funding returned so that we could have computers, but we'd like to have our gym teacher back that got taken away last year. We are a small school, but look how many of our parents have come out here tonight to tell you about the real impact of this decision you've made. I know that this is a government thing. I know that you are bureaucrats. I know there's rules. I know that there's things you can and you can't do. But I really want to encourage you to connect with us as human beings and recognize the real impact of these decisions you've made. Whether you think you have the ability to do it or not, you do have the power to change this. And so I'm requesting with my fellow parents at the school that you just do it, fix it, give us the money back. That's all.
Good evening. My name is Bill Wolf. I'm a community partner of the Blackstone School. I've been involved with the Blackstone as a volunteer for Generations Incorporated for 14 years. I've been witness to the change from a turnaround school to an innovation school and now to a current Class A school. What I'd like to draw your attention to, and you've heard much more eloquent than I can be tonight from the children of the school and the parents of the school, kids, you heard a lot about 91% of our kids are high need. To put in context, that puts us in the 90 or 95th percentile of high need kids, not in Boston, but of the state. The systems that are used to allocate budgets certainly recognize individual high needs, but what I don't think it does adequately is recognize what I call the density of high needs. When you've got 2 children in a classroom of 20 with high needs, it can be dealt with one way. At the Blackstone, we have 18 kids in a class of 20. And when that occurs, it compounds the problems and multiplies the needs for intervention. And at the current funding levels that we've been given, we're not going to be able to do that. The second point I would make is because I've been around for a long time, I was there when we went from turnaround to innovation and lost funding of around $800,000.
20 seconds.
We've been able to move forward, but now because we're changing status again from innovation to a regular school, we're losing $500,000. The needs of the kids don't change when the status changed, and therefore the $5,000 is needed to keep the services we now have. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kendra Ammon-Dufton, followed by Julia Hebert, Maxine Wigfall, and Gina Kogan. Is Ms. Ammon-Dufton with us? Julia Hebert? She'll be followed by Maxine Wigfall, Gina Kogan, and Benjamin Rockoff.
Good evening. My name is Julia Hebert, and I'm a parent of a K-1 student at the Perry K-8 school in South Boston. I'm here to express my dissatisfaction with the current school food and believe our students deserve better. My Way Cafe would offer the opportunity to provide fresh, healthy breakfast and lunch every day to every student. Every school deserves this. The Perry is interested in adding a My Way Cafe as soon as possible. Thank you. Good evening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Maxine Wigfall, followed by Gina Kogan, Benjamin Rockoff, and Vero Navarro.
Good evening.
Good evening. We're here from Boston Adult Technical Academy, and we're here just to discuss and highlight what has happened with us in relation to our 22-plus students. In the fiscal year of 17-18, the Boston Public Schools made a decision to enforce the regulation of removing students who turned 22 during the school year. That had a very negative social impact on our students and caused a lot of stress because of the fact that our students, who were primarily English language learners, were within months of graduation, had worked diligently, had learned to speak English just in a matter of months, and passed the MCAS test and were being asked to leave. But we want to say thank you because the school has worked with us, and we found that when a school and the staff at the school and the Boston Public Schools work together, situations can become equitable. And it seems as though right now we're in a situation where an equitable solution is being worked out, and we're grateful for that. Our students are now very content.
Okay. Yeah, I'm Gina Kogan. I'm also a teacher at BADA, and I'm also here to thank you for all of your hard work. I know that working for a long-term solution while also addressing the crisis of our students who are in imminent, expectation of being exited is not easy. You know, you all, I know, took a lot of time, a lot of energy in like the last month or so to work something out, and we appreciate it from the bottom of our hearts. It's really so good to be able to think that we can go back to our students and give them good news. And especially I'd like to thank Tommy Welch and you, Laura Perrell, for your focus and concentration on this. That's it.
Thank you again.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Benjamin Rockoff, followed by Vero Navarro, Mel Hackett, and Maria Lee.
Good evening, Superintendent Perrell, Chairman Lecanto, and school committee members. I'm grateful to be able to speak on my experience with the My Way Cafe project. I'm the principal of the Ellison Park School in Mattapan, and I've been working in the district for 14 years. It has been awesome to be a part of the My Way Cafe rollout this year. Over the summer, our cafeteria was upgraded, and a few days before Halloween, our school made the shift. As a result, our students now have access to fresh fruits and vegetables and are provided high-quality meals that are assembled in-house for both breakfast and lunch. Since the switch, students are eating more, wasting less, learning how to respectfully communicate choice, taking risks by trying new foods, and making healthier choices. Our students absolutely deserve food of this quality. I've been in the district for a long time and remember back when I was at the Grover Cleveland. My students were served boxed lunches that were delivered every morning and heated up in industrial-sized microwaves. The food was monochromatic and frankly not food I'd be willing to serve to my own family. Often students would find it inedible and would go without a meal for the entire day. Who knows how that impacted their learning, their ability to focus in class, their physical energy, their overall health and well-being. My Way Cafe simply is the opposite of that experience. Our students are getting well-balanced meals twice a day. At breakfast, students are served sweet yogurt parfaits and savory egg frittatas. When they reach the front of the line at lunch, they get to pick from a variety of options, a main entree with a choice of chicken, beef, or fish like tacos, starches like yuca or sweet potato fries, and a full salad bar every single day. Superintendent Perrell, Chairman Lecanto, school committee members, at Ellison Parks, I have 194 reasons why the school district should expand My Way Cafe to every single school. When you have students coming in to breakfast smiling from ear to ear asking, what is the restaurant serving today, you know you're doing something right. I wish I was not able to, if I was not able to convince you in my 2-minute speech, you are welcome to come visit our school to see EP's My Way Cafe in action and meet our amazing students and staff. Consider this an open invitation. Thank you very much for letting me share My Way Cafe and our little school, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Vero Navarro. I am a proud alumnus of Boston Public Schools K through 12. I was in part raised by my BPS teachers while my immigrant single mother struggled to navigate the world with 3 daughters. I know firsthand the beauty and the power of education on kids like me and kids like my students. And so I am an even prouder BPS teacher at Blackstone Elementary School. I am here this evening to bring attention to the outdated and dysfunctional state and local student funding formula that sees our students merely as variables, therefore fails them. More so, I am here to ask that you reconsider the proposed budget at Blackstone and other schools in the district for the 2019-2020 school year, which systemically leaves our Black and brown children at a disadvantage. The following is a statement, the following is a collective statement from several teachers at Blackstone. We, the teachers and staff at Blackstone School, love our school. We're dedicated to creating an environment where our students can grow into their best potential. We work hard every day to keep our students learning and thriving, and we take great pride in the inclusive, welcoming school community we're building. Yet every year it feels like we are asked to do more with less. Based on the outdated and dysfunctional state and local student funding formulas, the Blackstone must cut $500,000 in personnel and student support for the 2019-2020 school year. As Blackstone shifts from innovation status to Schedule A status, we will transition from paying the actual cost of teachers to the average district cost. This raises our costs by approximately $500,000. This increase is forcing the school to cut up to 10 support staff in the building. Teachers deserve to know their working conditions. The Blackstone Innovation Plan expired, and since a new plan was not presented to teachers within the proper timeline, we decided to become a traditional school like the vast majority of schools in the district. Our children should not suffer from a mistake from adults.
Ms. Navarro.
Currently, 92% of Blackstone students are designated high needs.
Ms.
This
Navarro.
is compared to the district average of 75%.
Thank you.
On that, I ask that you please reconsider.
Thank you, Ms. Navarro. Our next speaker is Mel Hackett, followed by Maria Lee, Michael Dower, and Christine Langhoff.
Mel Hackett here.
Is Mel Hackett with us? Maria Lee?
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Maria Lee, and I'm a current paraprofessional at the Blackstone School. I started off at the Josiah Quincy School, where I was following my, helping my sister with my nephew, Amir Lee. And today, I'm very emotional because it's really a cyclical thing. My nephew was killed 5 years ago, and I am now raising his 2 daughters, and they're at the Blackstone School as well. At the Blackstone School, when I first started there 3 years ago, the children had swimming. My oldest niece, grandniece, she enjoyed the Blackstone. It was at a good spot once I got them. Now I'm seeing the downfall. I'm kind of really feeling the downfall, being in the 2nd grade inclusion classroom. Last year I had a very good class. This year I'm really struggling with what's going on with budget cuts, with people, the morale. We lost our swim teacher. We lost quite a few staff members. I love the team that we work with, but we need more. I mean, we have high trauma in our school, as well as the trauma that I'm going through with what I have to do. We really are trying to keep ourselves together, but I really feel that education is a right. It's not a privilege. Everybody's asking for food, whatever it is, we need all of it to be a wholesome person in society. It's not a privilege. We cannot go the bare bones of what it is that's happening here. You know, we heard about the trauma, multiple disabilities. When I was looking at your wonderful presentation on the Josiah Quincy School, I really felt I had to say something because that was my first job as a paraprofessional. Being there and seeing the climate of working with children, working with children with special needs and trying to really get through to what was needed. I really, really, really beg that we consider all the schools in the BPS. I'm also an alumna of the Mario Yamana Harborside School, and my kids graduated from Boston Latin, and I'm doing it all over again, and we really need to all do this together. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. Our next speaker is Michael Dower. He'll be followed by Christine Langhoff, Lisa Clark, and Ruby Reyes.
Good evening. My name is Michael Dower. I'm a teacher at the BTU school in Jamaica Plain. I'm also a parent, and I live in Mattapan. This is my 20th year teaching in BPS. And this year has been particularly difficult at our school, just across across the district, I guess, but we were faced with a 6.5% budget deficit last year that I can't really understand. I was told it was due to an accounting error, but I still don't really understand how this happened. But what it equates to is 3 positions at our school are being cut this year. We're a small school, around 300 students. But the biggest thing that I think the unintended consequence for all these cuts facing all these schools is that it disproportionately affects people of color. The 3 positions being cut in our school are a Asian woman, and 2 Latina females as well too. And that's going to happen across the district because of where these positions are being cut. They're paraprofessionals, they're specialist positions, those kinds of things. You walk 5 minutes from my school, and there's probably at least 1,000 new housing units being developed right by Forest Hills. So I fail to understand why we're facing declining enrollment. Our school's being eviscerated by policy, essentially. So we're losing students. The projected enrollment's down. I don't understand why. If they're not all going to charter schools. So why are we putting students in 7th through 12th grade schools if we can't fill the schools that we have that are K-8? I'm here by myself today. There are other representatives from the BTU schools. I also found out today, too, that there's 25 schools that are self-reporting across the district that are receiving cuts. So it's not just a few schools here that are talking about it. Next time I come back, I'm going to bring a lot more people with me. And this really should not be happening. It's not fair. And thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Christine Langhoff. I'm a Dorchester resident, a parent of 3 BPS graduates, and a retired BPS teacher after 36 years of service. On tonight's agenda is a grant from the Shaw Family Foundation to the Boston Public Schools for $25,000 for Boston Public Schools Superintendent Search Process Engagement Support. I question why such a grant is necessary and will explain why I believe it may present a conflict of interest. Firstly, the City of Boston is certainly not in dire financial straits which would impede funding this item. In fact, we're flush with receipts, perhaps more so than at any time in my life. Though $25,000 is a sum out of reach for most parents of Boston Public Schools, on a scale of the city's budget, it's a pittance. Secondly, the Shaw Family Foundation is part of an interlocking circle of foundations which seek to privatize our public schools and to promote charter schools. The Shaws are donors to the Boston Foundation and have awarded grants to the Boston Schools Fund. Those foundations, in turn, fund charter schools and push forward initiatives like unified enrollment. Some of these same foundations are investors in Edvestors, where Superintendent Priel was CEO prior to her appointment as head of Boston Public Schools. I'm aware that the Shaw Foundation has also made grants to fund programs that I personally would support, such as healthier meals through My Way Cafe, and programming to Snowden High School, where I taught for 9 years. Nonetheless, it gives the appearance of impropriety when billionaires have a hand in funding the Superintendent Search Committee. Just as one might question why so many people with Russian connections surround Mr. Trump, Boston parents have good reason to ask why so many billionaires have influence in the administration of our schools. We serve some 55,000 children, and I can assert from personal experience that vanishingly few of them have parents who are billionaires. Public trust in the school committee and the school department is at a nadir, as can be seen from the great number of parents, children, and teachers who have felt it necessary to come out on a frigid night to beg for adequate funding for our children's schools.
20 seconds.
The City Council has held hearings on the topic of returning to an elected committee, such as the lack of confidence. In my view, the Shaw Family Foundation ought to withdraw their offer of funding for the superintendent's search. If they're not willing to do so, then the school committee has an ethical obligation to turn down their offer. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lisa Clark, followed by Ruby Reyes and Sarah Bird.
Good evening. I've been a teacher at the Blackstone for 10 years. Last year as an inclusion teacher, I had 20 students in my class. 8 of these students had special needs and IEPs. 5 of them were inclusion students. My 5 inclusion students required 240 minutes of special education services per day related to the individual goals and needs. I was the teacher in charge of delivering their services, writing their IEPs, and tracking on their goals and progress. I was also the general education teacher, performing all the roles of a classroom teacher. 50% of my class were English language learners. I also delivered their ESL services. My class was the norm. I love teaching, and I take pride in doing it well. 4 of my former students spoke here tonight. I am licensed and skilled to teach in all of the roles, but let me be clear, carrying multiple licenses and having the will to work hard does not make me suddenly capable to do the workload of 3 educators simultaneously. It does not create more time in the day, and it is ultimately my students who suffer. A classic model for inclusion has 2 certified teachers co-teaching their students. The Blackstone current model has 1 dual certified teacher and a paraprofessional. The difficulties on this model are an important conversation for another day. Today we are discussing our budget. Our inclusion model funding per student carries with it enough funding for 2 to 3 inclusion strand specialists to support the teachers in that strand and the students as well. But it is not a requirement to use that funding for this position. Next year, inclusion strand specialists for the Blackstone have been cut. Last year, it was my first year as an inclusion teacher. I met with my strand specialist weekly during my lunch. She acted as a coach and mentored me through this year. I would not have been as successful without her. This year, I am the inclusion strand specialist. My role is structured so that I work with the 2nd grade team as their resource teacher and inclusion support. I pull 5 45-minute resource and Tier 2 intervention groups 4 days a week. I assist in their testing, data collection, and all the other duties required for my positions. Next year, it has been decided to cut this inclusion strand specialist position. The support will be gone. Our inclusion model is not changing. Our high needs population is not changing. The money supplied for my position exists in the budget and is being used elsewhere. Resource teachers have been reduced from 4 to 1. A positive is that next year we will have double the amount of ESL teachers. This makes us happy. We must meet the needs of our English language learners, but we must also meet the needs of all of our high needs population. I am wondering why the Blackstone is in the position of only providing for one of the other and not for all. I am wondering why this is a choice that has to be made. Why do our children and faculty in our school have to go without what we know drives success? And why is it looked at to the teachers later to say why it wasn't working? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ruby Reyes. She'll be followed by Sarah Bird, Ebony Rutledge, and Anne Greenwald.
My name is Ruby Reyes. I'm the director of the Boston Education Justice Alliance. This year there is an estimated $1.7 million in budget cuts that we know of so far, with the PA Shaw and Mattapan, the Blackstone in the South End, East Boston High School, and the Mather School in Dorchester being the hardest hit. As we move into budget season, we know that most of these schools are receiving deep, irreparable damage to their core school necessities. We know that these cuts foretell school closures. Schools with larger populations of special education students, English language learners, low-income students, and students of color bear the brunt of these cuts. These cuts do not need to happen. This is after a heart-wrenching fall decision by the school committee to close the West Roxbury Educational Complex, damaging the lives of the children who attend. Hundreds of parents, students, teachers, community members, and elected officials testified and begged to keep their school communities together. This education crisis is a mirror of what is happening across public school systems in Massachusetts and the U.S. Boston received $220 million in state aid, of which $167 million is distributed to charters first. What is left, $50 million, is set aside for BPS. Charters swallow $16,700 per student of state aid, whereas BPS students receive about $892 per student, which is less than 1 month's rent in Boston. We are paying for a privatization process that will ultimately leave us with a system that does not benefit everyone and pushes most of its funding to pay for charter schools who educate only 15% of Boston students.
20 seconds.
In the current system, there is no guarantee that a Boston public school education will mean each student has access to the same things. You are appointed by a mayor who needs to know that as important as the education is to our young people, they have stated this emphatically at school committee meeting after school committee meeting. It is equally important to you, his appointed school committee, to advocate for more funding from the city. When I think of incredible leadership, I think about what leaders have built: community activism and support, mentorship they provided to other leaders, and the legacy of leaving something behind that has long-lasting positive impact on people and places. When I think about leadership, I think about the students who gave their testimony this fall, our students who have shown this leadership, built up each other and the school community. Will you join them in being those powerful leaders?
Thank you, Ms. Reyes. Our next speaker is Sarah Bird, followed by Ebony Rutledge, Ann Greenwald, and Rosalind Williams. Ms. Bird with us? Ebony Rutledge? Ann Greenwald? Should be followed by Rosalind Williams.
My name is Ann Greenwald, and I've been the school nurse at the Blackstone School for the last 17 years. I've seen the school go through many changes, from underperforming, turnaround, to improvement, and to back to struggling again. Much has been said already about the Blackstone School, and I'm not going to go into all the details, but I do want to say that we exited the turnaround because we improved. And the reason we improved was because we had an extra $1 million to provide resources, both social, emotional, and academic resources that our very high needs student population needs. Without those resources, we will not improve. We have a very hardworking staff, a very dedicated staff, a very compassionate staff. And we have a wonderful, wonderful group of students that are completely committed to learning, improving their lives, and making the world a better place. So I just want to say that it's very clear to me that resources and financial support are what we need in order to make our school a place where children will learn and thrive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Rosalind Williams. I'm one of the parents of the high-end students that everyone speaks of tonight. My son was born 1 pound, 5 ounces with a bunch of developmental delays. Currently, he's in the MD strand. He transferred from Franciscans to BPS when he was 3 years old. While he was at at the Blackstone School, he thrived. He had excellent teachers there, along with Nurse Ann and her staff. My concern here tonight is what's going to happen to these children. As we spoke of, it shouldn't be this hard to get an education. The MD strand is an IDEA recognized category of disabilities. So if we're not taking care of these kids, who's going to pay for them to go to private school? Wouldn't you want them to stay in-house? And plus, this is a right of the children to get a free, appropriate public education. Am I correct? One thing that stands out as I look at you, Ms. Perrell, you don't want the position. That concerns me. Why not? You know, I have 2 kids that went to the MECO program, and it wasn't this hard to get an education. Thank you.
Thank you. For our next speaker, I'm afraid I can't read the first name, I'm sorry, but the last name is Tejeda, followed by Kathleen Carney, Dale Feeney, and Sulika Soto.
Mr. and Mrs. Tejeda here.
Mrs. Tejeda, Kathleen Carney, Dale Feeney, and Sulika Soto.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name's Kathleen Carney, and I'm a graduate of UMass Boston Early Education Program. So I also work in BPS, and I'm a cafeteria manager right over here at Orchard Gardens. I'm also the union president. And I'd just like to voice the union's full endorsement of the My Way Cafe for satellite schools. It's a wonderful, wonderful program for the satellite schools. I would like to know how much we fully support the program. It's a great opportunity for students to receive the fresh meals that they did not have the same quality of meals that fully staffed cafeteria schools always have had. The program that started this year is a different program than that was launched during the school year 2017-18 as a pilot program, which we fully endorsed. The original program introduced as a hub and spoke, and the new program that they introduced this school year is different in the way that the food is being supplied to the schools. It's a different menu entirely that was presented to us when the program started. There has been little or no input from the staff concerning the menu being presented. It's a very aggressive plan that they're moving on, and it seems to move on its own, whether or not the schools are fully staffed or equipped. And it's a concern with the members of the union, because they want this program to work, and they don't want to be set up for failure without being properly staffed. The numbers that I gave in present in percentages the increases and the decreases of the breakfast and lunch meals, along with the milk content. If you look at the percentages for the satellite schools increase a little bit. But the best point of that is that those students are now receiving fresh food. The numbers for the cafeteria schools, however, are declining. So we implore that you use some of your influence to aggressively work towards changing the satellite schools to this program, because like we said, it's a known fact through the year that the satellite schools have been costly to the department through enormous waste, lack of accountability, and outsourcing to private vendors, while the cafeteria schools have been sustaining and pulling their own weight.
Thank you, Ms. Carney.
Thank you, Ms. Carney.
Hi, my name is Dale Feeney. I'm also a cafeteria manager at the Murphy School in Dorchester. I just wanted to touch on some of the issues with the consumption of milk. We have had quite a decline in milk since we've only turned to offering white milk in school. Many children like the chocolate milk. So there's been several studies regarding milk and the flavors white or chocolate and the calorie intake. National Dairy Council's reported that lower fat-free white or flavored milk helps youth get their 3 daily servings of milk products recommended by the Dietary Guidelines for America, and it provides 3 of the 4 nutrients that children don't get enough of: calcium, potassium, and magnesium. Dairies across the United States have reformulated milk so it has is lower both in sugar and total calories. These new products aim to reduce sugar and calories while maintaining great taste, so that the kids will drink their milk instead of throwing it away. 2 studies published in the Journal of the American Dietetic Association found that those who drank milk got in more nutrients like calcium, vitamin A, phosphorus, and potassium, and didn't consume more sugar or calories than non-milk drinkers. So in closing, taking away flavored milk is not the answer to what students need. What they need is to consume vital nutrients and stay away from the alternative of bringing juice boxes and soda to school. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you, Ms. Feeney and Ms. Carney, for coming out tonight. We always like to see our cafeteria workers take good care of our kids.
Our next speaker is Sulika Soto, followed by Alex Sullivan, Raul Garcia, and Fantasia James. Is Ms. Soto with us? Alex Sullivan. To be followed by Raul Garcia, Fantasia James, and Peggy Wiesenberg.
Good evening. So as we sit, Blackstone teachers in the front row, I'm noticing that a lot of the listeners here tonight, the change makers, as my students have identified you, are losing interest and perhaps losing steam. And so I would invite you to spend some time in our schools and see the wonderful things that are happening at the Blackstone and also the things that we're lacking, and perhaps it will reinvigorate your energy. Because if not you to listen to us and to make change, then who? Who else would we move towards? So the first thing I want to address is this narrative that the Blackstone's funding has changed because of its movement from a traditional school to an innovation school. The idea that we were a fully funded school that met the needs of our students prior to the change to innovation is completely wrong. Last year, we serviced our hundreds of English language learners with one ESL teacher. We are doing it again this year with an interventionist added to our staff. Next year, thanks to a lawsuit from the Department of Justice, we will have over 6 ESL teachers in our school. What a disgrace that it took a lawsuit to bring those resources to our students. And so I ask you, with one resource teacher next year, down from our 5 this year, and we can call them interventionists, we can call them inclusion strand coordinators, whatever you would like, down to 1, are we then just waiting for a lawsuit that protects our students with special needs so that we might meet their needs the same way that we are meeting those of our English language learners? And the position cannot do both. We cannot say that an ESL teacher can meet the needs of both English language learners and special ed students at one time. That is not acceptable.
20 seconds.
Today in my classroom, we discussed the words essential and non-essential because non-essential is a word that's been popping up on a lot of documents that have reached our inbox. We defined essential, human items, things a human needs to survive as basic shelter, clean water, medicine when you're sick, and some form of nutrition coming into your body. Then we looked at non-essentials because the kids were bewildered. Is that really all you need to survive? Well, yes, to live, yes. But to thrive, what are the other things we need? And so in a school that is presenting only the essentials to their students, students are surviving, but how on earth can they thrive?
Ms. Sullivan. Our next speaker is Raul Garcia, followed by Fantasia James and Peggy Wiesenberg.
Hello, thank you for your time. I'm sorry I lost my Hale posse. I'm glad Blackstone is representing. Thank you. I just have a few comments. First, I just want to say in regards to some of the comments that have been made on behalf of Nathan Hale students, my daughter has been there for 4 years as a second grader, and I'm also a Boston Public School teacher for the last 21 years. I am just thinking that one of the things that has been surprising me about the recent issues concerning our cuts that are projected is that Hale is a very small school, as was discussed, and a very cheap school. We don't have an auditorium, we don't have a gym, we don't have special labs, we don't really have a cafeteria. It's squashed into an open space. We're very cheap. It sounds to me a lot like there was an error that can be fixed. Looks like there was something happening with an enrollment. We fixed 2 students, 5 students. It looks like they've already started to fill the seats. My daughter already said that 2 people have joined her class in the last week. She likes them. She hopes they acclimate. I think that that means you just fix a problem. It's a cheap solution. Move on to the bigger schools. We shouldn't be all competing over funds. We can fund those schools. We found money when 3,000 plus high school students and junior high students walked out 3 years ago, and suddenly all of a sudden we fixed the budget. It was very interesting, very fascinating. But we found that money. Although perhaps maybe people need to be honest with us. For example, when our Hale parent committee met with folks, and if there is a model where they're secretly trying to close our school like West Roxbury because we're small, we don't fit a K-8 model because we're K-5 and unique, and people from the projects or from local areas walk, and maybe it's just too small and intimate, and maybe that's the issue. I don't know, but maybe people need to be transparent if that is the vision, because then we will fight that fight if we have to as well. If we are choosing then to or put in a position where we have to cut a technology person, a gym person, which was already cut, then where does that lead us with our level 1 status in the future with MCAS? How can we fairly be measured when that resource was not given to my daughter to teach her how to use a computer when I don't have that capacity to teach her in that way that will train her for MCAS? My last point is that recently when I went to the school for 4 years, I have always been called Luna's dad when I walk in the building. Oh, Luna's dad. Oh, Luna's dad's here. Hey, Luna's dad. And as you know, there are not very many men of color that go to drop off their children, hang out in their school. And last week when I was in the building for a parent talk and going upstairs, I was confronted by 3 teachers that said, "What are you doing here? Can I ask you, where are you going?" I know we know the social issues in America, and I don't think that a safety directive that is trying to keep me out is making me and many other fathers who actually are very uniquely invested in this school need to have teachers being told they have to tell us to leave, when for 4 years I've been Luna's dad, and now I am suspect in the building.
Thank you, Mr.
I don't want that.
Hello.
Hi, good evening. My name is Fantasia James. I'll try to keep it brief because I know we're getting tired and restless and I see people fidgety. As a former BPS and MECO student, I know the difference in quality. It was a difference in both the educational resources and the food. As a parent, I noticed that hasn't changed a lot. However, it's a sad thing. With all of the rights we fight for, we forgot how important good food really is. To eat and to be nourished are not the same. My son, for example, is a vegetarian. There are not too many options for him to eat at school. A lot of days he's tired, and on days where he does not get a full lunch, I notice a pattern of troublesome behaviors. He shouldn't be punished for being a vegetarian or not eating pork. His choice to be a vegetarian should not mean it's okay to give him a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, but with no alternative, the school, me, and my son have no option. Everyone deserves a balanced meal regardless of diet choice or religious restrictions. Children need food, which is scientifically directly related to their brain development and teaches them to be responsible for what goes in their bodies. I know firsthand that I eat healthy today because I did as a child. Isn't it important to teach them that, as well as aid and prevention of less burden health-wise on the country by raising children who are book smart and health conscious? BPS is not a bad system, but our children deserve the same resources across the board. And if I may add, I've also been a student of a lot of these schools here. And I really find it really troublesome that I'm 32 years old, and as a kid I was here saying the same thing that I'm saying now. It's sad. And what I did decide to do is I decided to take a stand before I even came here. So I'm a radio host on WRBB, and I'm also a criminal justice major at RCC. I will be coming for one of these positions. And I'm not going to no longer sit by and allow my children or anybody else's children to be neglected. It's illegal for me to neglect my children, for me to not give them the basic necessities that they need, and it's illegal for the system to do it as well.
Thank you, Ms. James.
Thank you, Ms. James.
Ms. Wiesenberg.
Thank you. I'm testifying tonight, as I did November 14th, regarding the financing of the superintendent's search. Tonight I'm here to testify on an action item that you usually consider routine. This is not routine. Whether to approve a grant proposal to accept private funds from the Shaw Family Foundation in the amount of $25,000 to support family engagement activities related to the current superintendent search process. You have that in your packet. I agree with Christine Langhoff's comments and will not repeat them. Like her, I urge you to vote no. Alternatively, table the issue of community engagement. There is no pressing need to vote tonight. Apparently, according to these materials, the $25,000 will pay for job description ad placements. Doesn't the city and/or BPS have an Office of Human Resources that handles routine functions like this? 2, community engagement support, child care, interpretation, translation, food, etc. Doesn't the city and BPS have a legal obligation to provide interpreters, translators, and staff that also regularly provide those services? I have no problem with BPS accepting in-kind food from Stop and Shop, Star, or other supermarkets that are in the food business and donate food, as they did last night at a meeting hosted by 5 BPS principals in Grove Hall.
20 seconds.
I do have a problem with Shaw paying for this. A candidate's travel expenses. The candidate hired in this position will serve in the mayor's cabinet. If the mayor wants to underwrite the travel expenses for a high-level officer and pay for travel for out-of-state candidates, he surely can find $25,000 or thereabouts to pay those expenses. As I said last time, Denver's paid $30,000 for travel.
Thank you, Ms. Wiesenberg.
Well, let me just conclude that I remind you that the Council of Great Schools, which you are part of, cautioned that the burden of paying for a superintendent search should be the responsibility of the district and trustees, not third parties. They cautioned that even though donors will say there are no strings attached, their experience is to conclude that there are always strings attached. Thank you.
Ms. Wiesenberg.
Thank you, Ms. Wiesenberg. Mr. Lecanto, that concludes our speakers for general.
Well, thank you, Ms. Sullivan. Our first action item this evening is the consent calendar, which consists of a grant for approval in the amount of $25,000 and in-kind donations with a total estimated value of $208,675.83. I'd like to turn it over to the interim superintendent for any final comments on the in-kind donations.
No further comments. They are delineated in the packet, and this happens to be the time of year after the conclusion of the calendar year when we list out all of the donors choose. So that's the large item that's on there in case anyone is wondering. That's a lot of individual school-based projects and fundraising, but packaged for the end of the calendar year.
Thank you, Ms. Peril. I'll now open it up to the committee for questions or discussion.
No question from me.
Okay. Well, first, I want to thank the Shaw Foundation, obviously, for their generous contribution to support a transparent community process as we continue our search for the next permanent superintendent of the district. And we have both Jill Shaw and Ross Wilson from the Shaw Foundation here with us this evening. And great to see you once again, and we appreciate you coming out both on this evening as we celebrate your contribution, as well as the presentation on the My Way Cafe and all the support you've given us there in just a bit. As is mentioned in the report that's up for the vote this evening, the grant is intended to help ensure that the committee's goals of equity, transparency, and community input are achieved. And additionally, these dollars will support the committee's efforts to preserve the use of limited public dollars for educationally focused purposes in a perennially tough fiscal environment. These funds, it should be noted, are not going to be used for the superintendent search firm, and nevertheless, they will ensure that we will have an accessible search process that invites robust community input and support. So thank you once again for that. I also want to take a moment on the in-kind donations to thank Jerry Robinson, our fellow member, who's at home watching on FiOS Channel 1962, for coordinating a generous donation. And actually coordinating is doing her a disservice. She actually funded quite a bit of this out of her own pocket, the generous donation of American Girl dolls. And for those of you that don't know, the dolls that were purchased were a civil rights doll produced by the American Girl doll. Melody, yes, thank you, from Motown, if I'm not mistaken, by Miss Robinson, and disseminated to each school in the Boston Public Schools, as well as each library in the Boston Public Boston Public Library system. So we greatly appreciate the support of Miss Robinson in this endeavor, and her fellow supporters in this effort. She's a doll collector, she's a history lover, and we look forward, of course, to welcoming her back later next month following her knee surgery. So get well soon, and thank you again, Ms. Robinson. If there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar as presented.
Mr. Chair,
Dr. Coleman, please.
I wasn't fully prepared to when you first opened the comment. I was reflecting on some of the issues, and you know, I think we have to articulate that we understand that when you're in a public institution, the management of relationships with private funding and the kind of blended capital that we need is complex, and the fact that we do this transparently is very important for our work. But, you know, as we listen to the challenges we have in fully funding, I agree with our lack of funding for the full needs of our students. I mean, I think we become, it's our responsibility, I want to state publicly, to seek other funds to support as much of the work as we can. And so we have to think carefully about that, but I don't think we can suggest that we have to deny the opportunity for vast resources to come to the district, and we need more of those, but we need to do it publicly. I'm not being very articulate. This is a very challenging situation, so as long as we're transparent, as long as we maintain open records, I think in higher ed, public institutions have had to find ways in an underfunded environment to increase funding using private funds. So this is a challenge for us, but I appreciate the Shaw Foundation's willingness to support this work for us, and we'll vote in favor of it for that reason.
Well, thank you, Dr. Coleman. You know, to your points, I think every dollar certainly counts in this system. And, you know, the partnerships that we've had with a number of foundations and other community partners over the years and the support that they've given to this district, not only in this superintendent search, but just in our general operations and, you know, certainly in every superintendent search that I can recall, there's been an element of outside support for just the reason that I laid out earlier, which is to conserve our resources when we undertake these important searches and make sure that every dollar to the extent possible can be redirected from our coffers into the classrooms. Ms. Oliver-Dowdell.
Yes, thank you.
Vice
I'm
Chair,
sorry. I had a brain freeze as well. Just reflecting on what people are saying. So I just had a quick question around the external affairs report on all of these in-kind donations or monetary. I'm not sure. These are in-kind. Okay, right. Thank you. And this is all the work of the External Affairs Office, this complete list, or is this also schools going and seeking in-kind donations?
Correct. So that entire list that you're
Superintendent Pro.
Sorry. So the bulk of the list that you're holding right now, and Russell, we might have a question or two, but for right now, that is the compendium of all of the individual school-driven donors' choose, contributions. So these are generally pursued by individual school communities. Russell, do you want to come to the table? And thank you.
So the way donors choose work is that teachers actually have to post the projects themselves, so administration can't post the projects. And then through fundraising on the platform, they are able to access donors chooses preferred vendors, and the items are shipped. So that's why it's an in-kind donation and not a monetary donation. But all of those projects were planned and executed by the schools.
I just wanted to say that if that's the case, that I thank all the schools, because I know that that's extra work to even get some of the things that are on here. I think it's a lot more work. Just being immersed in fundraising 24/7 in my job. So just want to say thank you.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And as a quick reminder for folks that are following along, we typically have grants that come to us for approval as they are put forward. On the in-kind donations, this is a new practice, or a relatively new practice that we've adopted within the last, I believe it's about 18 months. And the intent is to aggregate those in-kind donations on a quarterly basis and present those for public consumption. And so I think this is probably the third or fourth time we've had an opportunity to do that. And so again, we deeply appreciate the work of External Affairs as well as our schools in going out and raising these additional funds to support our students. If there's no further questions or comments, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar by unanimous consent.
So moved.
Thank you, Dr. Coleman. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Tron. Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Is there any objection to approving the consent calendar by unanimous consent? Hearing none, the consent calendar is approved. Our final action item this evening is statements of interest for the Massachusetts School Building Authority's Accelerated Repair Program. You will recall that at our last meeting, Chief of Operations John Hanlon and Brian McLaughlin, the Chief of Staff with the city's Public Facilities Department, presented statements of interest with 6 repair projects. At this time, I'd like to turn things over to our interim superintendent for any final comments.
And I'll invite John Hanlon to come up in case there are any questions. But as we discussed 2 weeks ago now, these are this year's submissions for the Accelerated Repair Program, which is the matching program that gives the city and specifically BPS access to matching state funds for some of the major ongoing repairs, things like roofs, boilers, and windows. And this is a pattern and a consistent application that BPS has been engaged in pretty regularly since 2015. And so this is part of that pattern. John, is there anything you need to add?
Just one note, when we presented to school committee 2 weeks ago, we had discussed the upcoming timeline, which was the school committee hearing of January 16th, followed by the vote today. We also discussed the need for a city council hearing. That hearing took place yesterday. I suspect that there'll be a vote soon from city council. I don't believe that there has been. It's approved today? Okay, thank you. We knew that ambitiously we were trying to get the vote the very next day, and I guess that did happen today. So the city council approved these 6 projects to go forward with the SOIs, the statements of interest, today. Excellent. And as a reminder, our deadline for submitting these statements of interest is February 15th, and this is really just a formality that we've come to this body before.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Hanlon. I'll now open it up to questions and comments from the committee. Any further questions? Well, thank you once again, Mr. Hanlon, and to Mr. McLaughlin for your tireless work here. I know I won't go through everything from the presentation 2 weeks ago, but certainly the amount of money that's been flowing from the Massachusetts School Building Authority has greatly increased during the last 4 to 5 years, and specifically tailored to these critical deferred maintenance type projects like what the ARP is intended to address: windows, boilers, roofs, et cetera, HVAC. And so we greatly appreciate that work, and we're happy to embark on another effort here to bring this work to more schools.
Great.
So if there's nothing further, I'll entertain a motion to approve the statements of interest for the Massachusetts School Building Authority's Accelerated Repair Program as presented.
So moved.
Second.
Well, thank you, Vice Chair Oliver Davila, and that's a second from Dr. Coleman. Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Ms. Sullivan, will you please call the roll?
Dr. Coleman?
Yes.
Mr. Tran?
Yes.
Ms. Oliver Davila?
Yes.
Mr. Lecanto?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Well, thank you, Ms. Sullivan. And we're going to do something a little bit different tonight. First thing, since we're at a bare minimum for quorum, if any of us gets up to answer the call of nature, we lose a quorum. So I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break before we move into the reports. And then when we do come back for reports, I want to let folks know that we're going to go out of order and have the Winthrop Innovation Plan go first. I'd like to be able to get our very happy educators and school leader in the back home because I know they have to be in front of our kids in the morning. So we'll take a 5-minute break, and we'll be back here and start with the Winthrop. Thank you.
Bush moment for UN.
Welcome back. And we're going to move on to our first report of the evening, which is the Winthrop Elementary School Innovation Plan. And we have before us our principal, Leah Blake McKetty, as well as her team that's going to present this evening. I'd like to turn things over to our interim superintendent, Ms. Pearl, first for opening remarks.
Great. So I want to welcome here tonight both the school leader and faculty and staff of the Winthrop, which is pretty much the entire front row, as well as those at the table. So thank you to all of you. They are here to collectively present the school's innovation plan. And one of the things that is so important about this work is that it is collaboratively and jointly built between the faculty, staff, and school leaders, as with significant input from the school community as well. So it's a real achievement that they're at this stage. The Winthrop is one of our highest need student populations and has experienced rapid improvement over the past several years, attributed to autonomies that were granted during turnaround, but really tailored and shaped and utilized by the faculty and school community. The Dorchester Elementary School was highlighted last fall by the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education as eligible to exit its underperforming status. So let's just have a big congratulations for that, first and foremost. And as a part of exiting, each school needs to make a determination about how it will then structure itself as it exits turnaround. And one of the choices before it is innovation status. That is the route that the school pursued in collaboration. So this innovation plan, if approved, would be implemented in the 2019-2020 school year, convert the Winthrop to an innovation school, which allows it to identify, select, and tailor a set of autonomies that the school community feels will most enable it to continue its good work and continue traction and improvement as they've achieved these last few years. So this innovation plan, as they will describe, will allow the school to preserve the scheduling, instruction, and assessment autonomies, to name a few, that have helped sustain the Winthrop's improvement. So with that, let us turn it over to the experts who can tell us all about it.
Good evening, Superintendent Perrell and Chairman Lecanto and school committee members. My name is Leah Blake McKetty, principal of Winthrop Elementary School.
My name is Kara Chirochak. I'm a second grade teacher. I am part of the instructional leadership team, and I also was lucky enough to serve with City Year Boston during the first year of turnaround at the Winthrop School.
Good evening. My name is Tarina Webb-Thomas. I'm also a second grade teacher. I'm the Boston Teachers Union representative, and I'm the family engagement team leader.
So first and foremost, I really want to thank these two teachers who have been an integral through this entire innovation process, and they will talk later more in the presentation about the process and the vision of our innovation plan. I also want to thank the rest of the staff that are here late in the evening to represent the Winthrop community that have also taken part in planning and the development of our innovation plan. And I'd also like to thank Chairman Lecanto as his role in the innovation process and his feedback to help us strengthen the plan. And also Jerry Robinson, who I know is not here today. She actually took part in our...
Watching on TV.
Oh, she is? Okay, awesome. So she was part of our stakeholders group last year in order for us to renew our turnaround plan. And so thank you, everyone, for your assistance in this process. So just a little bit of background about Winthrop Elementary School. We are not too far from the bowling building. We're located in Dorchester, Massachusetts. As Superintendent Perrell named earlier, we have a very high-need population at the Winthrop School, so our students come in several years behind. And this is one of the reasons why we've been in turnaround throughout the past several years. And so our school, as measured by the district's Opportunity Index, is one of the top 10 schools in the district with a high score, which indicates a higher average level of student need. And here's just a list on the slide of some of our partners who are also integral to our process as we've turned around the school. So this just speaks a little bit about our turnaround journey. First and foremost, we are truly excited about exiting turnaround. This has been a process through the past 5 years. We were designated turnaround in 2013-2014 school year, and we are now 79% meeting targets, and we have exited pending assurances, as Superintendent Perel mentioned earlier. And so with this, in order to exit from our current turnaround status, we are pending state approval of our exit assurances and strategies for sustainability application. So by becoming an innovation school, we are ensuring that we are able to retain our autonomies that's led us to some of these successes here that you see on the slide. And I just want to highlight our science CPI scores. As you can see, we have these targets. We have 56.6. That was our target, and we've exceeded our target. And this was just based on our planning and development around science and integrating more science standards into our ELA curriculum that we'll discuss further. So autonomies that have been critical to our success are listed here. With our school schedule, we have adapted our school set schedule throughout our turnaround journey in order to have double blocks of science. If you've ever come to the Winthrop, our 3 through 5 grades are departmentalized in ELA and mathematics. And so our science teacher has extended time in order to teach and plan for experiments, and also to co-teach with our ELA teachers. We've also structured the curriculum in a way where we could actually look at science standards, embed those science standards into our ELA curriculum, and also supplement our current curriculum in order to meet the needs of our specific students. With professional development, we've used our additional hours of professional development to strategically serve teacher need and also student need for added collaboration, and also added time for planning and instruction. As I said before, our kids come in several years behind, so we want to make sure that we plan and tailor the curriculum in order to specifically meet student need. With staffing, throughout this turnaround journey, through the turnaround autonomies, we've ensured that our students have high quality and dedicated teachers. We've even adapted our job descriptions to meet and serve and tailored towards our school. With our school day, maintaining an extended school day has been critical based on we've adapted our school time for interventions in order to reteach strategies in order to meet student need. And then Kara's just going to talk a little bit more about our planning process and what led us to continue these autonomies throughout our innovation plan.
Great, thank you. So throughout the past 3-4 months, we've been really working together to come together with this innovation plan. We collaborated as teachers, admin. We really reached out to our community to see what would best fit the needs of our students. So to begin, our admin team, as well as our BTU representative and our teacher in charge got together. They reviewed the exit assurances to make sure that we would continue that, and then they later got approved by the state. So through that approval, we continued to reach out to teachers and especially the families in our community. We began surveying and polling the staff, so we really wanted to collect that data to see what was working in our school, what helped the turnaround plan be so successful, and what did people really want to come from our innovation plan. What did teachers want to see? What did families want to see? So we took some extra time in the meetings, and we also conducted some family listening sessions to really get a sense of what was best for the community. From there, a team of admin and staff began meeting before school some mornings, some after schools, to make sure that we had plenty of options available to get maximum input from all parties. And during these meetings, we really focused on the different autonomies that Dr. McKetty was just stating. So we wanted to make sure that we maintained the master schedule in a way that was appropriate to really cater to those extra time in science and to the intervention blocks that we've just seen such success with. We also discussed professional development, curriculum, and staffing.
And after reviewing all of the data that was collected from the different parties, we wanted to make sure that we were preserving what was working and change what proved to be a little less effective and important to all parties. When we began to finalize the language of the innovation plan, we began collaborating with the district a little more and the BTU to make sure that everyone was on board with what we were writing and to share best practices about what was happening in other schools in the district to meet the needs of our students in our community. Overall, I guess the gist would be that we really wanted to keep up and continue to build upon the effective practices that we established during turnaround and make sure that we were continuing what was effective for our students in our community.
Thank you, Kara and Leah. So this here is a vision we at the Winthrop want to own. As an educator whose first position I accepted was at a turnaround school here at the Winthrop, myself and my colleagues identify with the previous points. The Winthrop vision is connected to our instructional focus, which is that teachers will use open-ended problems, task and questioning in order for students to solve problems, think critically, and reason across disciplines using higher order thinking skills. We envision teachers giving students rigorous tasks connected to integrating standards with a science focus. Through our curriculums and supplemental activities and materials, teachers are constantly pushing students to use higher order thinking and to problem solve. Students are given endless opportunities to not only think critically, but to revise, adapt, create, as well as challenge and engage with their peers to problem solve and think beyond the surface in order to be successful future citizens. Our intervention blocks, as previously mentioned, are focused on but not limited to small groups, guided reading, reteaching lessons, push in and pull out, and creating extensions for those students who are ready for it. At the Winthrop, teachers are constantly meeting and planning with colleagues numerous ways to expose, encourage, and push students through exit tickets, assessments, and strategically form small groups to help students practice and apply these problem-solving skills. Our future vision is to continuously offer rich and challenging opportunities for students to apply these science, engineering, and mathematical skills as we prepare them to be global citizens.
So Tarina shared the vision of our plan and some additional highlights based on the autonomies that were mentioned earlier throughout our turnaround journey are very similar to what our innovation plan states. So for example, the school schedule, as mentioned earlier, traditional schools, Schedule A schools, have TFT time, and what we're requesting through our innovation plan is continued flexibility with scheduling so that we could schedule those double science blocks in grades 3 through 5 and our intervention time in order to reteach skills and strategies for our students. With curriculum instruction and assessment, we are still continuing the work that we completed throughout our turnaround journey with adapting the curriculum to meet our current student need. We do use the BPS, the current BPS curriculum, yet we are flexible in how we are using the BPS curriculum in terms of our science focus and embedding those standards into ELA. We've noticed a significant increase in our students' growth in informational texts in particular. And so we are working to make sure that we have that continued flexibility as we know that our students just need more. With professional development, traditional schools have 30 hours of professional development. With this innovation plan, we are requesting 60 hours of professional development throughout the school year. Every year throughout this turnaround journey, we have actually met in August, and we have planned throughout the year. Throughout this innovation plan, we are seeking to meet for 3 days through a summer institute to plan collaboratively. A lot of the curriculum that we have is cumbersome, and we have to tease through it in order to meet student need. And through the 3 days of summer PD, we really do a lot of pre-planning before the school year starts and look at data and think about innovative ways in order to differentiate to meet the needs of our learners. Our school day, maintaining the additional 30 minutes of our school day for that intervention time dedicated to reteaching skills and strategies, staffing, similarly to what we used during our turnaround process in order to keep high quality and dedicated teachers that are really there to serve our student population in our community. Budget, in order to strategically use the funding to support student success. And with this, we have gone through the steps of this innovation process. We are excited to say that our staff unanimously voted for our innovation plan, as Kara described, with, they put a lot, our entire community put a lot of work into this innovation plan, and, with collaboration with the district and also with BTU, we're excited to say that this vote passed. And the last step is for you, the school committee, to vote to authorize the John Winthrop Elementary School as a innovation school for operation for the school year in 2020 for a period of 3 years. So we thank you for listening to our presentation. We thank you for adapting actually the schedule for the evening in order for us to present to you. So thanks again.
Well, thank you, Principal McKetty, and I'm sure that, the, I don't know, dozen or so of you from the Winthrop are probably the happiest people in this room right now. Nevertheless, I'll open it up now to my fellow committee members for questions and discussion. Dr. Coleman?
Well, first off, congratulations. We all know what how hard you had to work to get to this point, and we want to really acknowledge. So any questions we have are built on a great deal of applause for your accomplishment. So I actually have two questions, and they're not necessarily, I think this makes a lot of sense to me. I had two questions just in terms of the general processes that we're dealing with to help us understand, or at least me understand better, some of the things that are facing us as a district. And the first on the staffing, what percentage of your staff are people of color?
I'm going to ask the district for help on that.
And then as you're doing that, the related question is in terms of the human capital processes that we're facing, how are you engaging in that work to increase more matching of
Yes.
the demographics with your student population?
Sure. Every year we do have a school site council that is comprised of different members of our school community. Mm-hmm. And every year we try to work with human capital in order to create a diverse body of staff. I think one of the challenges that we face is as we were continuously changing the demographics of our students, we wanted to make sure that we, looked at the qualifications of the staff members. We wanted teachers that were dually certified in special education and also that were ESL certified. And so we put out that request, and of course we looked to diversify our staff first and also looking at the qualifications of the staff. And we continue to partner with human capital and really try to diversify our staff community.
But the challenge of getting people who have gone through the educational pipeline and come from diverse backgrounds is a built-in challenge that you're seeing.
I would definitely say it's a challenge. It's also been a challenge throughout the turnaround process. We had extended hours of professional development. We also, as I said before, met during summer months. And so teachers had to be willing to take on that additional time in order to work at our school. And, some people were ready for the challenge and some people were not. And I think our staff definitely, as we were going throughout the hiring process, wanted to make sure that whoever was ready to work at the school was significantly committed.
Okay.
Thank you. So Mary assisted with the...
Thank you. There were several frozen computers while you were getting that, so I'm glad Mary's worked fastest, so thank you.
Yes,
Go ahead.
awesome. So it looks like we have 78% teachers that are white, 4% teachers that are Latino, 13% that are black, and 0% that are Asian.
thank you. I mean, just one kind of part of us, we have to track that and kind of think through what that means. What are the challenges to diversification while also maintaining, a high-quality staff? It's a built-in challenge that we're facing. So my second question is kind of going forward 5 years. We just had a very painful, for many of us, conversation with the Blackstone, and we're in the part you're moving forward, which also means that there are resources and external supports that you're going to begin to maybe lose. And so as you look forward to the next 4 or 5 years, we had this painful history of schools getting great success, great improvement, and then we reduce the resources and performance drops. And so as you look forward to that issue, what are the type of things you're doing to anticipate the fact that you're going to have fewer resources, fewer support? We let no good deed go unpunished. You're doing well, we're going to reduce your supports. How are you thinking about that?
Sure, I think that's where we have really used our school community again to really analyze what resources are working well and what resources are not working well, and what's more beneficial to meet student needs. So for example, at our last school site council meeting, we looked at all of our partners and we tried to see over the course of time what partners are critical to our success and what partners do we not that we don't need them, but what can we live without? And trying to create a strategic plan in order to meet the needs of our kids first, and also partnering with the district. So for example, at our last probable org meeting, we looked at our sustainability funds that we received from the district, and we thought about, should there be, let's say, a staff member on that fund, or should it be a resource, and how are we going to work through that in the next 3 years? So with the district, we worked out about a 3-year plan as the sustainability funds decreased year to year to really try to figure out to meet the needs of the students first, and then how to balance resources. And then we also have a partner that has helped us strategically since I've been a principal at the Winthrop, Natixis. Natixis managers, investment managers, they used to be called Natixis Global Asset, so they've changed their name. But they've been a strategic resource for us also in terms of funding, in terms of we have monthly meetings based on what we particularly need in the school as well. So there's a balance of different ways that we try to think strategically, but I think the most important thing is to make sure that we have these discussions monthly so that we know what's going to happen, and we try to plan for it before it gets there.
And if I could just add one other clarification, Dr. Coleman. So while turnaround status is good news when it ends, innovation status doesn't necessarily end. So a school community can continue to renew its innovation status if it's continuing to work with the school, work for the school and the students. So it does not automatically go away and stay away. That happens to school improvement grants, but it doesn't happen to innovation status. So if it continues to meet the interests of the students and families, teaching community, and have the support of teachers, then it can be renewed every 5 years, I think it is.
And my last question is, we know leadership matters, and you are working extremely hard, I know, every day, and you're carrying a lot of the weight of burden of both your staff and your family. And what can we do to help you from not burning out? You don't have to answer that question today. I can wait for that answer.
I would say, similarly to how I lead in schools, I would feel, that principals and teachers need support. And I cannot do this alone. I really have a team of people that I work with. And so in terms of being burned out, if I'm burned out, my team's also burned out. And when they're tired, I'm tired. When I'm uplifted, they're uplifted. And so I lead together with my team, and I would say that is how we work together. And I would say in terms of with leadership and with principals, and additionally with teachers leading schools that may seem challenging, just a collaborative effort of support. And I feel like this is what's helped us throughout our turnaround journey in terms of collaboration with the district, collaboration with BTU, collaboration with, different district offices, such as the Office of Turnaround, the art team, the district teams. We've really had a great level of support that has helped lead us in our journey.
Great. Thank you. Once again, congratulations to you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Coleman. We have a question from Mr. Tron.
Are you? How are you?
Good evening.
Yes. You're asking the committee to vote to approve the innovation plan for 3 years. Why 3 years? Why only 3 years? Is there a certain concrete plan provided to us?
So this, and please correct me, Sheriff, if I'm wrong.
I think we're going to ask Ms. Dukovnik to join Dr. Blake McKetty. Shira Dukovnik, our Director of Turnaround and Transformation, who's actually going to be presenting to us a little bit later. Thank you for joining us to answer that question.
Good evening, and congratulations to the Winthrop team. The Winthrop is, as you know, the first school in Boston Public Schools that has exited turnaround status or is eligible to exit in a number of years. And one of the things that we had an obligation to do as the district is to put a plan in place for at least 3 years for what sustainability would look like at the school. So innovation status has historically been used for 5 years, but the statute provides options for 3, 4, or 5-year plans. And one of the pieces of conversation that we had with the Winthrop community when they were selecting this model was about the issue of experimentation and what really would it take to sustain the school after it exited from this status, how many hours of professional development, what was the right structure, how much budget or staffing autonomy. And so the thought was, Boston hasn't done this before in a long time. Let's choose a model based on all the evidence that we have and submit that to the state, but allow the faculty and the leadership of the school the option to make adjustments if needed in 3 years.
Thank you.
And thank you, Mr. Kovnik, for your work here on this plan in particular and working with the Winthrop community. It's greatly appreciated. Is that it? Thank you, Mr. Tron. Vice Chair Oliver Davila.
Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations also and thank you for all your hard work on behalf of the families and the students. I just wanted to ask about the family engagement. So I know you mentioned that it was voted by the staff. I'm just curious about the families and how many families were engaged and what kind of say did they have in this? Do they also vote and how does that work?
Sure. So as Karen mentioned earlier, we had a few family listening sessions. During those sessions, there was just general laid-back conversation about over the years that these families had been at the Winthrop, what did they enjoy seeing? What did they want to see more of? When we as teachers and admin shared the other visions that we had with our autonomies with them, we had one parent council member who approved, who signed off on it, who read it over and signed off on it. But it was available for all to ask questions and to add anything.
So the families have an understanding that you are writing this plan for 3 years and they understand all the things that you talked about here?
Yes.
And how many families how many listening sessions, how many families were engaged?
We had
Just
two
roughly.
family listening sessions. We've had 2 family listening sessions.
And this was also in conjunction with parent council. So Tarina is our family liaison. And so throughout the course of the months, we introduced this at parent council, and then we had additional parent listening sessions. And then throughout that time, we also had some family events where part of the family events, we would introduce what was happening in the school, just give an update as to what was happening with the innovation plan, and then the options that the parents had in terms of what the listening sessions were about. You can share information about what your vision is for our students. You can hear information that the staff has suggested based on the curriculum, based on what you want your students to learn and to do. And so I would say each listening session had about 15 parents, sometimes less, and they were excited about really coming out of turnaround. Sometimes the data and the acronyms and the jargon terms were a little confusing for them to understand, but we tried to make it in a way for them to really understand what the process was about, why we were exiting, and they were just really excited about the next steps for the school.
And do those conversations also happen in like your parent-teacher conferences as well?
I'm unsure of that. I'm unsure.
I mean, I think
I'm just wondering, only because obviously this is a good plan. I'm not knocking it. I'm just, the more family engagement, the better. And
we've just
making
started
sure
with
that,
our parent-teacher conferences, which is why I'm unsure.
Yeah. So I would just suggest.
Yeah, I would say not that we don't want to have those conferences, don't want to have those conversations with the parents, but we only have limited time to talk with the parents during the conferences regarding student attendance, student
success,
academic strengths and weaknesses for the students. So, we use other methods to communicate with the families, and it's mid-year time, and we want to make sure that the families have enough time to talk to the teachers. So we created all of those additional opportunities for families to come in, like I said, for family events, to find out information, to hear about the innovation plan, but not necessarily during parent conferences.
Mm-hmm. No, I know those are limited from personal experience, but just as another avenue to make sure that families are engaged. And then I just have a question that's not just out of curiosity. So you guys are super serious, and that's great. What do you guys do for fun? Can you talk a little bit about what you do for fun with the students? I'm just curious I
believe it's Right Innovation Plans, if I'm not mistaken.
It's a very serious plan. I know you can't include fun, but I'm just curious. It's, obviously heavy academics, and you have that extended day. Are there other things that the students?
So Tarina runs Tech Goes Home after school with students. Do you want to talk a little bit about that?
Sure. Actually, my co-teacher over there, Miss Amber, so actually, we ran an early education Tech Goes Home class this year for kindergarten students, and that was very new and innovative. So kindergartners got to focus on a lot of social emotional learning, which is one of the things that we at the Winthrop are focusing on, a lot of social emotional support. Currently, we're doing grades 3 to 5. We're doing skills to prepare students to be able to take these take MCAS on the computers. So they're learning simple things maybe for us, like how to swipe, how to drag and drop, how to make an uppercase letter, where to find your punctuation, if you mess up, how to undo. So
I'll go to that class. Just tell me what it is. I can use some. Is that the Tech Goes Home through the
that
city?
Is.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's. I was just curious. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Oliver Davila. Thank you once again. I don't want to hold you here any further. I had so much time to review your plan early on and play a role in the innovation plans review at the local level. And so thank you for having me as part of that. And really impressed, obviously, with the serious way in which you've approached it. But really the collaboration between the teachers and the administration is really extraordinary here. And Dr. Blake McKetty, you've obviously earned a high level of trust with your staff, and you should be proud of that. And we are certainly proud of that as a district, that we have an example such as yours in the community that you have. So
thank you.
I want to make sure that that's highlighted and celebrated. Couple other thanks and items that of note. Kelly Hung, our academic superintendent, thank you, of course, for being part of this as well, and helping in addition to our support from the Transformation and Turnaround Office in working through this plan and supporting this school among many other schools that you have under your umbrella. Looking through the plan, I think looking at certainly the autonomies that you have around planning time and the work that you're able to do together to collaborate and produce training and education plans for the school is, certainly shines through in the presentation you gave tonight. And, when you talk about some of the other autonomies that the innovation plan gives you, you talked a bit about scheduling as well, and I think it really comes through in the scores when you talk about the double science classes. Certainly, there's no one silver bullet, if you will, that helps address any complex problem that we see in our schools. But there's a pretty straight line between doubling up on science and seeing those test scores rise so dramatically as they have within your school. And so, it's really something to take note of and be proud of. So I don't have any questions for you, and just wanted to say thank you once again, and appreciate your work. And do you have any other folks from your team that are here tonight? In addition to the row behind you, it looked like there might be a couple other folks here earlier, but in any case, if I know you introduced the front row, and if you want to introduce the rest of your staff here behind you before we go, I'd love to.
So you already mentioned Kelly Hung, which is our network academic superintendent. We have Christine Rogan, which is our director of instruction. We have Michelle Leiden, which is our teacher in charge, and she was highlighted when we first exited Turnaround because she's been there since the very beginning.
Wow.
Go, Michelle. And then we have Amber Kalachalar, which is a K-1 teacher. And then we have Karen Lynch Murphy, who is a first grade teacher at the Winthrop.
Oh, excellent. Well, thank you again for all your hard work here, and we'll look forward at the next meeting on February 6th to take action on this plan.
Thank you again for listening to our plan. We appreciate it.
Good luck at school tomorrow. Get a nice 8 hours, all right?
Thank you.
We'll move on to our next report now, a brief presentation on the district's analysis of the current BPS age restriction policy. This time I'd like to invite Academic Superintendent Tommy Welch, as well as Assistant Superintendent of the Office of Special Education, Cindy Nielsen, and Assistant Superintendent of the Office of English Language Learners, Priya Taliani, to please step forward with their presentation. First, I'll turn things over to our Interim Superintendent for opening remarks. Senator Perrell.
Thank you, Chair Lecanto. As many of you may recall, we had a lengthy presentation at the last school committee meeting about the district's age 22 policy and the implications not just for specifically for our alternative education programs, and in particular the Boston Adult and Technical Academy, but also potential implications for other students across the system. So tonight we're coming back with a much briefer update. We laid out 2 policy solutions last night. Tonight we are here to give you an update on our progress. Upon further review, we have begun to focus in on one of those solutions. However, because this policy, which may be designed specifically around the questions for BADA, actually impacts students across multiple populations, from special education to our English learners, to our SLIFE students, to those in alternative ed who may be at BADA and those at alternative ed who may be elsewhere. So 16 schools in all. It is a much more complicated policy to make sure that we are careful across all of those populations. So as a result, tonight, and I want to say that the topic is deeply complex, and because it does affect some of our most vulnerable students, we've aimed to approach this quite carefully and with consideration for unintended consequences and other factors. So we want to be very, very sure that we have a solid long-term policy that we will ultimately bring to you. Thus, tonight what we are presenting, at the same time we want to move with urgency because these are students who are turning 22 every week. That's, age happens to all of us, and they are turning 22. As we go throughout the semester, we want to make sure that there's a clear signal and interim solution while we find a longer-term solution. Thus, tonight we will be bringing an interim request to you that will enable the district to have the authority to grant waivers to the age policy and thus extend, according to their individual needs and their graduation status, the ability for students to stay through the end of this academic year, and we will talk about the fact that we will then continue to refine this final policy solution and bring it back to you. So with that, I'm going to turn things over to Tommy, Priya, and Cindy, who've already been introduced. They have been an integral part of a much larger cross-functional team, and they'll describe that as well.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you, Superintendent Perel and school committee members, for providing us an opportunity for our team to update the work of addressing the maximum age policy in BPS and its impact on our population of students who are turning or approaching their 22nd birthday. I'd like to first take a moment to recognize that the collaborative effort dedicated to this issue by central office and the school leaders throughout the month. And although Assistant Superintendent Cindy Nilsson and Priya Tahiliani and I are presenting, and we can speak specifically on the services and issues concerning students in special education, English learners, and students that are enrolled in our alternative education programs. This is a project that has involved dozens of BPS members, and we've been working tirelessly throughout the month on it. This has truly been, as Superintendent Perel said, a cross-departmental effort to address an organization-wide issue. Assistant Superintendents Nilsson and Tahiliani and I are merely representatives of that collaborative effort. And as we have been each charged with bringing our own unique professional lens to this important issue, we're going to dig deeper into the options and where we're standing right now. So with that, I turn it over to Cindy.
Thank you. Good evening. So just to recap, this is part of what we presented the last time we were here. The school committee policy approval in 1999 established a maximum age of 22 for all students. The same policy is reflected and cited in our current superintendent circular, referred to as AMT 5. The policy and circular mirror state and federal regulations that govern the education of students with disabilities and per their IEP. Last school year 17-18, BPS identified that students over the age of 22 were not being appropriately served. That led to an audit of placements, including special education and alternative education, that moved BPS to more uniformly enforcing the maximum age of 22 for all students policy. This decision to more consistently enforce the maximum age policy illuminated specific challenges at BADA because of their high concentration of older students that approach the maximum age. And again, the last time we were here on January 16, 2019, we presented the current challenges and 2 potential paths moving forward. The current challenges are the number of students that will turn 22 before the end of the school year, the maximum age policy and its direct impact on BADA, and reported out on the data that we examined, taking into account multiple schools and programs for students turning 22 between January and June of 2019. 2 potential paths forward were discussed. One would allow students turning 22 to finish their final school year. This option presented significant challenges across schools and programs. Option 2 that was presented was to create an adult school hybrid at BADA. With more exploration over the past couple of weeks, option 2 is not yet ready. And when researching the depth and breadth of option 2, we looked at data for over the last 6 years, spanning from school year 13-14 to the current school year 18-19. These data reflect data with a start date of September 1st and an end date of August 31st. For example, using school year 13-14, the start date is September 1st, 2013, and the end date is August 31st, 2014. When we are looking to revise current policy, we must carefully consider the impact on special education students, specifically students in non-diploma bound strands in our BPS schools and our students in out-of-district placements, students in SLIFE programs for English learners, and students in alternative education in all of our schools. In addition, we must assess for unintended consequences and guard against inequitable treatment that may occur across groups of students.
So, taking into account the previous information, we re-examined option 1 as a potential path forward, and we found many unintended consequences, particularly pertaining to our students with disabilities, our non-diploma bound students. Option 1 would most likely negatively impact the transition of our non-diploma bound students to adult service agencies and create fiscal implications for the district that are not yet accounted for. Based on the questions and discussion at the school committee meeting on the 16th, we returned to look at option number 2 more closely, which explores the creation of the hybrid alternative education adult school program at Bata. Through this program, or through this option, as a team, we arrived at 5 key questions to examine further. And we believe that we are headed in the right direction, but we need to continue to vet for more unintended consequences that may impact various subgroups of students that we have across the district. We are also continuing to carefully consider the feasibility of a proposed policy change or new policy and the impact on each of the subgroups of the students highlighted on this slide. This includes closely examining any further changes to the budget and potential programming challenges. In our assessment, thus far, we have worked with numerous groups, including the students at Bata. I spent lots of time at the school throughout the last 2 weeks. It was a pleasure working with the students and their focus groups as well as on a one-on-one basis. The teachers, 2 of them spoke here tonight. I think they've been at every single school committee for the last 4 evenings that we've had school committee meetings. School leaders across multiple high schools, as well as Ben Halfat, who just had to step away, so he's leading a school tomorrow morning, and he regrets that he wasn't here for this presentation. We've reached out to DESE officials on this issue. The administrative team at Boston Central Adult High School, that's currently housed at Madison Park High School, has been wonderful in working through these issues with us. Central office departments, we mentioned it's a cross-functional team. Just to name a couple of, Office of English Learners, Special Education, Equity's been involved throughout the way. Our Office of Opportunity Gaps, our BPS legal team played a key role in this, as well as our Alternative Education Network. All the school leaders have provided feedback. Our Office of School Support, so a lot of people that are presenting here tonight, the Office of Data Accountability and our secondary schools have all collaborated throughout the last several weeks. So this has been a tremendous undertaking for us, and we're willing to continue the work as we move forward. But through amassing all of the recommendations from the teams that I mentioned, we believe we are definitely heading in the right direction. We believe we're close to a formal recommendation for a new policy that provides guidelines for the maximum age of enrollment in BPS. However, as Superintendent Pearl mentioned, we need just a little bit more time to thoroughly vet the information and feedback we have received from the numerous departments involved in this work. So therefore, we are requesting an exemption through the end of this current school year, the 2018-19 school year. The request for this exemption is being proposed to provide consistency and equity across all student populations, including students in special education, specifically our non-diploma bound population, English learners, and really looking at that population of SLIFE students, current SLIFE students, as well as students who have exited from the SLIFE program that may need a little bit more time. Our students enrolled in all of the alt ed programs, and as well as the general education students who are turning 21 in the high schools across the city. In your appendix, I think it's slide 11, it's the same information of where the kids are across the city that we presented last time. They're currently at 16 schools all across the city, so this is a system-wide issue that we must tackle. We are requesting that temporary authority be conferred upon the superintendent to grant waivers to the maximum age policy through a student request and review process, to remain at their current schools through June 30th, 2019, or August 31st, 2019, if these students are going to participate in the summer session that we have. A lot of our students may be 1 or 2 credits away, and they would benefit from this extra extension. But in order to participate in the review process, any student wishing to continue at their school beyond age 22 must request a waiver. The review process will be facilitated by a designated central office and school leadership team. This process that we put together is described in slide 12 in the appendix. The team at Bata is actually working through this with 9 of our students who turned 22 within the last month. In addition, all students who are currently 22 years old and older will go through a review process during this current month. This waiver process is available to all students turning 22 and all schools and programs with central office coordinating with schools to facilitate. The requests will be reviewed on a case-by-case basis to determine whether or not a student is likely to graduate by the end of the academic school year, or graduate as a result of the summer program that immediately follows the end of this school year. And thirdly, if a specific educational objective that may be met by continuing at the school is taken into consideration. So this would be, for example, if a student, we use Bata, for example, is in the English Learner Program, he's benefiting from 5 days of instruction, instead of transferring directly to a 2-day-a-week program, which we currently have in adult school, if the student would benefit by staying with the school for the end of the year, this would also be in consideration. Something else that came up is looking at students who are in some of our vocational technological certification programs. If they turn 22, for example, in April, and they're only a month and a half away from finishing a certification, that's something that we would consider to see if they're actually going to be benefiting from completing the certification. And some of those examples we have at Madison Park include Adobe Illustrator, the first aid CPR, those type of things. We don't want to show them, exit them from the system when they're so close to attaining these certificates. So the request for authorization to waive the policy would allow for the superintendent to suspend the application of the maximum age policy when in the best interest of the individual students. Additionally, it will provide BPS more time to carefully examine the impact to all subgroups of students, such as our non-diploma bound special education students, our English learners in SLIFE, as well as students enrolled at all alternative schools across the city. The district will convene a working group made up of school leaders, teachers, adult education leaders, and central office administrators to refine the proposal that we have currently working off of that updates the district's maximum age policy. And this proposal will be presented for a permanent solution to the school committee by July 2019. We think that we could get to the finish line a lot earlier than that, but I did want to put a time-bound goal for us to present to you next time for the new policy.
So as was previously mentioned, a multidisciplinary team met to assess this waiver extension proposal regarding equity for our students of color, our English learners, and our special education students. At the conclusion of our conversations, it was determined that extending the waiver from now until the end of this school year 18-19, would expand opportunities for some of our highest needs students. Also, providing equal opportunities across the district to access this waiver increases the likelihood that students will finish out the year successfully, either by earning a diploma or by transitioning to a program that will promote their continued growth. As a district, we commit to actively engaging all eligible students in order to ensure that they understand all of their options and feel supported for the process moving forward. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that presentation. I'll open it up now to members for questions and discussion. Dr. Coleman.
Great. Really appreciate how the time and attention you're putting on this and how carefully you're proceeding, and the proposal for a temporary solution makes a lot of sense to me. So I just have two comments, a comment and somewhat of a question. The first is I really appreciate the fact that you're explicitly planning to report on the demographic outcomes of the decisions. That's very important. I'm glad that that's there, a priority. It's on page 6 or slide 6 is my question. So the student, you say student wishing to continue at their school beyond 2020 must request a waiver. How is that going to be communicated? And so I worry about the student onus at that point.
Yeah, I completely understand.
Okay.
On slide 12, which is it's our outline of this waiver process, our central office, Office of Data Accountability, will generate reports. These reports are run on a very frequent basis. Now that do we have slide 12 up here?
Yep.
And so the school leaders, within 2 months of the students turning 22, they'll have the list of the kids coming up. So they'll have 2 months, or I think we said 8 weeks, to prepare their team to reach out to the student. So they'll be notified. Also, we're going to generate a letter to that student. A lot of these students, and we reached out to several school leaders in the last week or so. Great example of a school that had 2 students. One is turning 22 in April. or late March, but she has all of her graduation credits met, and so in this case, she's coming to school every day, she's almost there. It would be a shame to ask her to leave our system a month and a half before graduation, whereas the other student that this headmaster was describing has had really inconsistent attendance throughout the year and has not attained as many credits, so this may be a student that would not be a case to be presented to move forward, but it would be an extra opportunity for us to provide counseling on the next steps once he does turn 22 as far as his adult school options within our system and other programs across the city.
So every child who has the potential of taking advantage of this opportunity will have an adult in their building who will know about that and will have some interaction with them. Then they get to choose whether they're going to request the waiver.
Dr. Coleman, if I may. So what we're actually saying is that we will be affirmatively reaching out to every school to inform them of their 22-year-olds, and so that it does not rest on the individual student to raise their hand and say they want a waiver, but the adults in the building will be equipped with that knowledge, expected to reach out to them. It prompts the kind of counseling conversations. The school will then be able to recommend, in some cases, 10 students at once. If they're, they all happen to be born in April, then we may get a list all at once, so we're looking to expedite this. In addition, the district will affirmatively, in multilingual format, reach out directly via letter to every family and student, so they are directly informed as well. So we're making sure that they are informed. This is different from the kind of waiver that was asked for last year. The reason we are having everyone go through a waiver is simply because we have to make this available to everyone across the district, whereas last year this waiver exemption was provided only to BADA and only to those students, and our current assessment is that is not equitable, and it needs to be available to all students who might hit the 22 policy.
Great, this is very helpful, thank you.
And just one more point, about a third of the students that are turning 22 this semester are at BATA. We've been working with them almost on a daily basis. I was joking with the staff today. I think I was there 19 of the 20 days this month. But they're willing to take this on. They have 29 students that they are working with. The other school leaders that we contacted have 3, 4, 5. So it's something new. But where the majority of our students are at that one school site, they're actually going to help us with the process. And when we come back to you with the formal recommendation, we'll have some students that went through this process to report on.
Thank you, Dr. Coleman. Ms. Davila.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I ditto all the comments of Dr. Coleman. Thank you for putting so much thought into this, because it is really important, and for looking at the different options. And I do agree taking time to really figure it out is better than trying to rush through a solution, considering the financial implications of this, which could be huge, as you said, and unknown. So I appreciate that. I just only have a couple of comments. I was definitely worried for the same reasons, so I'm glad to hear the student outreach and the family outreach, because we know that students, just because they're 22, that means nothing. We still work with students that are 24, 26, so I think including the family is really great. I'm wondering about the 8 weeks, if that is really enough time. If you just gave those 2 examples right now, would it be better to start earlier so students really have an understanding, rather than in 8 weeks, they never had a heads up, like, hey, if you don't come to class, like, these are the consequences. So I think, like, just starting earlier than 8 weeks to talk with them.
Yeah, it's actually a good point, and we went back and forth on this. So if we move to the longer term solution that we're working on, all of this, there would be a required intake, annual, and in some cases even more frequent than that, and we've been developing this with the BADA teachers, counseling conversation. With this waiver policy, we wanted to make sure, since kids come in throughout the course of the year, that we didn't want to pin it to when they started the program, but it is simply an information exchange, that it's the bare minimum for the district to notify the school community that they're upcoming. We could certainly notify them as soon as we knew who was on, and then just update it with any additional students. That's a modification we could make We were just choosing a window where we could
Right,
make
for
sure
the
it would
tenth
happen.
for now. So for
And
the
yeah,
future
we're-
plan?
Yep.
We're looking at this semester. I mean, we're going to have an opportunity to meet with all 97 of the students. What you had suggested, the counselor, Elaine Gaynor at Bata, she was like, this is great. It's going to formalize a process that we already kind of do at time of intake, end of semester in some cases, end of year, at the time they turn 22. So through the feedback from this team that we're working with most closely, it's a welcomed addition to what she's doing already.
Great, yeah, just so students know and they're not taken by surprise,
Yeah,
and
it's-
they know what are the consequences early on, so they could do something about it. So in terms of just thinking about going forward for that team, if this is how it should land, would there be someone from the student's school that would be on the team to kind of advocate so that it's not just central staff that maybe don't necessarily have that connection with the students, or maybe there's something in writing from the school or something, that someone who really knows that student, which sounds like you're doing now because you said you were having conversation.
Yeah, and, you know, there would be the academic soup or the operational soup involved, as well as, you know, we'd like to have the eyes of, if a student is a special education student or English learner, to have our experts in the room on that. But a crucial component of this team would be the headmaster, a teacher,
Great.
and a counselor who knows the students best.
Okay, good.
And so that's, if you look up there in 3, under option 3D,
see that.
additional relevant information, this is stuff that the team who works with the kids most closely would know their circumstances.
Great, I'm sorry, I can't see that far away.
That's right.
Not even with these glasses. And my last suggestion is just moving forward, and maybe it's happening already, but for those students that are turning 22 and have next steps for, or want to have, you know, next steps to go to college, there is all of this work happening with the College for Success, College Coaching for Success through the Boston Foundation. So there's a lot of community-based organizations that are looking for students who are graduating to have them in their cohort. Many of them go to community college, and they have 2 years of coaching. So it would be like a good link that you wouldn't have to go and, you know, find somebody to do that. So doing that early on, and they also get a T-Pass, and they get walk through like the FAFSA, everything. So it would just be something additional for those students that are interested in that to hook them up to that.
Well, thank you, Ms. Oliver Davila, and thank you very much for your presentation this evening and bringing back this update for us. And you know, as we talked about at the last meeting, and actually, you know, over the last several meetings, as Assistant Superintendent Welch pointed out, we've had this issue top of mind. And you know, when we talked initially about the potential proposals, the options that the district would put forward, we did so in the context that we knew that it would take some time, and we wanted to take the time to get it right and be thoughtful in our approach. And so we had mentioned at the same time, if we didn't have the ability to reach that decision and be sure of a permanent solution, that we would do exactly what you're proposing today, which is extend out the opportunity for a waiver through the end of the year. So I think, you know, the pressure's off, and really the anxiety for, I think, a number of people within these school communities is off as well. And so I think we're moving forward and making progress and doing the right thing. And I think there, you know, nowhere else is that more evident than the fact that we had a number of teachers, as Assistant Superintendent Welch, you mentioned as well, were out earlier, and you know, they thanked you and they thanked the superintendent. But I think you know, it's great that you pointed out that this has been, you know, the day in, day out work for the better part of a month for a team of probably a dozen across the district. And so that work, that dedication to this high needs sector of our community, dedicated to finding a meaningful solution, is really appreciated and shouldn't go without recognition. So thank you for that, and please pass along the same to your coworkers. So in any case, for next week, we'll take a vote on the extension of the waiver, and we will look forward, as was mentioned in the presentation, to hearing from you by the end of this academic year on a permanent solution, and hopefully much sooner. I think we're, not to use football metaphors, but it's Super Bowl weekend. I think we're on maybe the 10 or 20 yard line at this point, right? So let's not kick a field goal. Let's put it in the end zone.
Yes.
All right. Well, thank you again for your presentation. We'll move on to the next presentation. It is a report from Food and Nutrition Services, updating progress on the My Way Cafe expansion across the district and breakfast after the bell. At this time, I'd like to invite Chief of Operations John Hanlon, as well as Executive Director of Food and Nutrition Services Laura Benavides, to please step forward with their presentation. First, I'd like to turn things over to our interim superintendent for some opening remarks. All right.
So we are pleased to, I'll have you do that while I get us started so as to be expedient here given the late hour. But while John and Laura are getting settled, we're pleased tonight to present an update on the expansion of My Way Cafe school meals program and ongoing efforts to expand it further across the district. The program, with support from the Shaw Family Foundation, representatives are here tonight. We want to thank them, both Jill Shaw and Ross Wilson, as well as the City of Boston, who have invested in the expansion of this initiative. It began in a pilot of 5 schools. It is already, last year, it has grown to 21 schools so far this year. And by the end of this academic year, we'll have My Way Cafe Kitchen serving 31 of our schools. At the same time as we talk about My Way Cafe, Laura and John will also discuss a new mandate issued by DESE regarding the expansion of breakfast after the bell district-wide. Earlier this month, so just in January 2019, the Massachusetts DESE sent a mandate to BPS and other districts in the state requiring that all of our schools offer breakfast after the bell or after the instructional day has begun by May 31st of this year. Additionally, all of the schools must have an accepted breakfast after the bell program selected, but not necessarily implemented by April 1. We are working with the state to gather more information about the rather short time period allotted to comply with the mandate. However, we do currently serve breakfast before and after the bell in a significant number of our schools. So while this is an accelerated timeline for expansion and may pose some challenges for individual schools as well as for the district, it also presents an opportunity for the district to increase breakfast participation rates in our schools and reaffirm for our students the importance of a healthy breakfast. So we're going to look at it as a challenge and an opportunity. And so Laura will dive deeper into the district's efforts to increase access to nutritious school meals throughout the day.
Great. Thank you very much. And allow us for the brief Shark Tank type of moment by passing around some muffins. Laura can give more of a description of what Alden has presented to each of you, but I'll leave that for Laura. As Superintendent Pearl mentioned, we're going to be presenting to you an update on My Way Cafe. You're all familiar with this exciting initiative within Food Nutrition Services. Again, as the superintendent mentioned, we have a lot of thanks to give to the Shaw Family Foundation for their generous support of that effort, as well as the City of Boston in committing to do this in so many of our schools. We'll also give you the news of a new mandate that was passed on to us by DESE. As Superintendent Pearl has already given a good amount of context to both of these things, I expect this presentation will be brief, and we look forward to your comments. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Superintendent Perrell and Chairman Mr. Lecanto, for the opportunity to present. I'm Laura Benavides, Executive Director of Food and Nutrition Services for Boston Public Schools. The muffin that was passed out that's our Deputy Director for the My Way Cafe program, is Chef Alden Cadwell, which is a muffin that's made from a local flour in Maine and commodity applesauce and commodity strawberries. And we're so happy to report that it's 8.5 cents, and it's so delicious. So thank you for being one of our first taste testers. So as Superintendent and John Hanlon shared with you, we have an update on the My Way Cafe as well as the breakfast and the after the bell mandate. So I want to make sure that I always remind myself everything that we do is about our mission in Food and Nutrition Services. It's always about serving our meals that are safe and nutritious and wholesome, and that it works within all of our partners, including our students, our parents, and our communities. This mission drives everything we do, including the 4 goals that we do have, which is always about being fiscally stable, increasing technology, decreasing waste, and building our culture. And I feel that the My Way Cafe program is one of the programs that drives all 4 of those, especially as we're looking at building our culture and changing the way that students view our school meal program. So quick background, we launched the My Way Cafe program last year in East Boston in 4 pilot schools. It was an opportunity as we looked to be flexible in our program of how we wanted to change the meals that we serve in our satellite programs, which are programs where students were receiving a pre-plated or a vended meal. And the launch was not without its efforts when we started in last year in 17-18, and as we continue to do so in this year. We had a wonderful and significant support from the City of Boston's capital planning, and as well as a generous support from the Shaw Family Foundation. The goal for the My Way Cafe is to provide more fresh choices, including local produce and more protein options for our students, to have a customer-friendly dining experience which has higher customer interaction and opportunity to encourage students to try new foods, to make choices, to create menu and meal equity by removing the differentiation between eating at a cafeteria or eating at a satellite site, which again was a school where you had a pre-plated meal. And also about looking at reducing our packaging waste and our food waste. This program, I firmly believe, that places Boston on the path to not only have the student be at the center of our service model, but it changes the meal program to be an enjoyable dining experience for our student. It focuses on the cafeteria as an extension of the classroom where students learn about choices and nutrition. As we continue to roll out schools from the 4 pilot sites to where we're at now, we continue in our different neighborhoods, we continue to learn a lot, but some of the key commonalities we see is we are seeing an increase in participation. We're seeing a lot of empty plates and less food being thrown out at in the trash. Our training is a very key component from our schools, especially schools that were former satellite locations into new kitchens. It is a very complete transformative process where you are now prepping and measuring out and portioning out meals that were probably done before, that were done in a pre-plated package. As the program grows, we continue to elevate and enhance our procurement purchases and strategies that create cost efficiencies. We are, by streamlining the menu and recipes, we're creating power in purchasing in larger quantities that save in the cost of food. And I think above all, with this experience, that is the common thing, is that we are seeing so many children participate with these smiling faces, and they're excited to be part of the choice process when they are in the lines to get their meals. Children have the opportunity to make choices to say, this is what I want, this is what I prefer, I'd rather have this, I don't want that, which literally makes it my way for them. I believe that this program does exactly what the school meal program is intended to do, where children make choices. They choose what they're going to eat, and they eat what they choose. This list is the list of the 31 schools that the superintendent referenced. That these are the schools that we'll be focusing on for this year. The schools that are highlighted, that are in bold, are the schools that we did some construction work, including the 15 that we did over the summer with the City of Boston. Oh, sorry. Our next chart shows again the criteria that we look to focus on as we're continuing to look at why we chose the neighborhoods that we worked on and the things that we look at for the next set of schools in the neighborhoods. We're always looking at how the opportunity index impacts our students, how the percentage of economically disadvantaged, and of course their participation in the school meal program. These are factors that we looked at when we chose Mattapan, Roxbury, and the East Boston areas, but as well would be the things that we will look at for the next set of schools. I wanted to show a couple of shots of the construction that we saw, and so these are the schools at the construction at the Adams Elementary, which were before construction, where you see the tight spaces. This is during construction, where they're making more spaces and light, and then this is after construction, where you see the final process where we're creating all the prep tables and having the sinks. Our current status in the school for the My Way Cafe is that as of today, we've launched 21 schools, where it's one school per week since the beginning of school. We've created over 60 positions in food services for ranging from manager to entry-level positions. We've created local partnerships with some of our companies here in Massachusetts, and our menu continues based off of these partnerships to change frequently to, again, include more local options. Our principals, as we heard, we came to think our schools as the cafeterias as an extension of the classroom where children are learning about nutrition and choices, and our children are thinking of this program as more of a restaurant. We always, as part of the process, will continue to our participation and our impact. On average, we're seeing that the cost of the My Way Cafe program is below the cost of the vended meals. We are seeing increases in participation more at former satellite schools. We have changed the former central kitchen into a distribution center, so now we can be able to streamline our inventory and our buying opportunities. Our next step in the My Way Cafe program is we are continuously assessing as we roll out locations, as each school presents its challenges and its new learnings. And we want to make sure that we're taking everything that we learned from the previous rollout into the new location so that we're always improving the process for not only our students, our administration, and our staff. We're looking forward to launching 9 more sites and 9 more sites in 10 schools, and of course, determining our next set of schools for next year. So now I will transition into the update on the breakfast after the bell mandate. As the superintendent stated, we did receive a notification in January of this past 2 weeks ago that it's from DESE that any school that's over 60% free and reduced price eligible must offer a breakfast after the bell per the mandate language. What this means for Boston, because we are a community eligibility provision district, meaning we offer free breakfast and lunch meals to all of our children, all of our schools must fall under this mandate. This mandate requires schools to choose a model where they offer breakfast after the bell. The model must be chosen by April 1st, and it must be implemented by May 31st of this year. We constantly update and survey our staff and our school sites to see where we're at. I'm happy and our current data suggests that over 87% of our schools, so 118 of our schools currently are meeting the mandate. However, that leaves about 16 schools that are not, but that still gives us an opportunity to continue to grow and how we can increase participation. Again, 125 of our schools offer all breakfast. We are commonly used models for breakfast are breakfast after the bell, which is breakfast in the classroom, which is a breakfast program delivered to the class. There is a cafeteria breakfast where breakfast is only offered in the cafeteria, and then we have other hybrid models where they can take something from the cafeteria into the classroom, or we have different location points in the school where the children can take something to eat in the classroom or they eat on their way to the class. As we stated, the number of schools from this school year to from last school year, we have increased the number of schools that offer combinations of breakfast of grab and go, and we're from 62 to 72 sites. So 87% of our schools are meeting the mandate, but we can still again always do more. In this slide, this is the comparison of the Boston breakfast models that we have. And we're looking at, again, sites there's still 52 sites that just offer a cafeteria service breakfast, so it's an opportunity for us to focus on those sites. Again, meeting within the needs but respecting the needs of each location to determine how we can be able to help increase their participation. Is there anything? Okay. Last one. Oh, sorry. And this slide is our participation rates. Our biggest growth in participation was in the model of the grab-and-go service. We increased by about 6 percentage points. We did see a decline, and again, the cafeteria service breakfast, the service only. So again, it's an opportunity for us to look at how we can help these school sites that offer just a particular model, how they can do hybrids or more different options to create access to breakfast for our students. Our next steps for the breakfast after the bell mandate is that we will be continuously communicating with our administration. There will be a district-wide professional development meeting on March 14th, where we will be a part of, to be able to provide information to our administrators and our school leaders to understand their locations and help prepare them to help meet this mandate, or how to again further increase participation. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you. We'll open it up now to questions or comments from the committee.
Are there any more muffins running around?
No, I think those were actually scones. Is that right? A muffin top. Very Seinfeldian of you. Thank you. Any other questions or comments from the committee? Ms. Oliver Davila?
I just have a question. For those 61 positions, are those under the food and nutrition budget, or are those within allocated to school budgets?
No, those are within the food and nutrition services budget.
And you had mentioned it in I think at the beginning of the year last year that you, because I know that it had been in the red before and now you're not. So the increase in the budget is due to some of the funding that we've received from funders, external funders, for the increase in positions?
I don't think I follow right now in terms of we have had a deficit in food and nutrition services in the past.
Right.
We are not right now projecting a surplus. We're still projecting a deficit that we're managing on a regular basis. We're hopeful that the My Way Cafe will allow us, that model will allow us to change that narrative over time. Yep. And that analysis is ongoing as we speak.
Okay, thank you. I'm probably thinking about that. We haven't had a deficit, sorry. And in terms of, you said that you would have 9 sites in 10 schools?
Yes, one of the schools is the Madison Park and O'Brien campus. We only have one cafeteria, but they definitely want to be known, 2 different schools.
I know I'm tired, but I was trying to understand. Okay.
It's good you passed.
And I'm just curious about the breakfast in the classroom piece. I'd love to find out more as I'm sure you'll be back to present if it's everyone goes to lunch together, so there's no nobody knows anything about you, whether you're wouldn't be able to bring your own lunch and all of that, where breakfast might be a little bit different, because if you come to school and you're grabbing a lunch, it might look like you couldn't afford to get breakfast. Or I'm just curious, how we can make it more comfortable for students, and just getting a student perspective of being able to just up that number. So as you move forward, I'd just be curious.
That's good feedback. That's something we should be looking at, for sure.
All right, well, thank you, Adela. I'm going to start with the breakfast after the bell issues first. So, I think it's important to point out, first for context, all 125 schools have breakfast.
Correct.
And so the disparity that we have here with respect to 16 schools or 16 sites, to use the language that Food and Nutrition Services uses, is the number of sites that don't have the after the bell service, or measurably after the bell, according to some of the data that I've seen here, correct?
That's right, yeah. 7 schools do not provide it after the bell based on our recent survey, and 9 others only provide it after the bell in the cafeteria within 5 or 10 minutes of the bell. Mm-hmm. So discounting those sites from the overall total, there are 16 that really don't do it in a measurable, a significant way, if you see what we're saying.
Of course. And so part of what we're going to be doing over the next couple months, given the mandate, is to think through how we close that gap, obviously, but we've got a couple of different options, as you pointed out, to utilize in trying to close that gap. So I guess the question is there a hierarchy of sorts for, what are the barriers of entry to each of those respective options for schools to adopt, or is it really just, it depends on the way that the school is put together, how kids move through the building during the day, what the kitchen facilities look like, so on and so forth?
Yeah, I'll jump in first just briefly, and then Laura, if you feel like there's anything that I miss, chime in. What I would say, Chairman Lecanto, is that it varies across schools, but it sometimes also varies within schools. So within a school, for example, we have some schools that we recognize as partial breakfast in the classroom. It may work for some of their students to have breakfast in the classroom, while for others it works best for them to get a second chance breakfast in the cafeteria, or to just allow breakfast before the bell. What we also find is that this flexibility in the difference of models, and partly the My Way Cafe helps to create new options and new models, we think that that's actually helpful for our school leaders so that they can choose something that best fits their school. One other thing that I would say, and one thing we're looking forward to in the March 14th professional development with school leaders, is that we know that there are some school leaders who are fully on board with this and see some tremendous success with it, and others that are a little bit hesitant, and hesitant for good reason. And to a certain degree, we just want to make sure that we're getting everyone in the same room so they can share best practices and understand what works well in certain kinds of settings at schools and what doesn't.
Okay. And this is a fairly short window that we have to deal with, and it's something that really just landed on our desk a couple weeks ago, correct?
Yes, a week and a half ago, to be totally
it
blunt.
was January 18th in the flyer I saw.
Right.
We'll have at it. You know, it's better to have 16 sites to fix rather than 34. So I think you know, you got your work cut out for you, but you've also got a number of worthy blueprints to work from. So turning then to My Way Cafe, you know, we've been looking forward to this presentation obviously for a while because you know, many of us have been out to these sites where the My Way Cafe has been rolled out across the city. And you know, I actually only had my own first opportunity to visit a My Way Cafe in the last couple of weeks, mostly because I can't drive from one side of the city to the other during the day. But you know, luckily the My Way Cafe has come to me, and it's in southern Mattapan at the Ellison Parks, among other schools down that way. And we had Principal Rockoff here earlier, and I had a chance to dine with Ross and Chef Alden and Principal Rockoff. You know, I got to tell you, it's the experience that you described, Laura, with respect to the way that the students' attitudes change is really, really interesting and really important. You know, I mean, the idea that kids regard it as a restaurant, you know, and the fact that I think, you know, when you talk to the staff in the cafeteria specifically, the way that they interact with the kids, and they're able to have the give and take, and the kids are able to, you know, select what they want to eat, and there's not a lot of waste in that room. That's one of the things that I noticed, and I think a number of my colleagues have noticed as they've visited in the past. And that's that's not something that you often see in a school cafeteria. And I think the other thing that stood out to me is the fact that a lot of the staff are using the opportunity of these fresh meals as an opportunity to leave the lunchbox at home, so to speak, and spend a little extra money. And actually, that goes right back into our coffers, so that's a positive. So, you know, thinking forward here, I think the keys that, you know, you've identified in the past, it wasn't so much in this presentation, are cost and then the type of space and facilities that we need to manage as we think about the continual rollout. And, you know, I think we've heard the demand's definitely there, right? We've had a number of schools out this evening testifying to their experiences or their desire for a rollout. But just as a process check, how is it that we would next hear, because I know you're not here to present or propose any new schools tonight, about the next step in the rollout of My Way Cafe across the district?
Depending on how crowded the school committee agenda calendar gets over the course of the year, so that's my big caveat, I think it would make sense for us to come back toward the end of the year, at least with a minimal update, if not a full presentation, depending, so either in the superintendent's report or a full presentation that gives updates on the completion of this year's rollout of My Way Cafe, the plans for the continued expansion over the course of the coming year, which is in our plans, and then also to speak to you about the breakfast after the bell rollout or expansion, and quite frankly, an important percentage that we'll be tracking across all of our food service and all of our programs, but it's particularly relevant for the ramp up of breakfast after the bell, which is student participation rates. So one of the things I think BPS should be very proud of this year is that we have been engaged in a fairly massive rollout in collaboration with the city and the Shop Foundation around the My Way Cafe builds, and then implementation and rollout, while we have also been increasing breakfast after the bell on our own, even before the accelerated new mandate and timeline. So no good deed goes unpunished. When you take on a lot, suddenly you have a third. And so I think we'll just simply want to come back and let you know how all of those things are going. I will point out that a number of superintendents across the state are concerned about the speed, the pace, and the recent notification from DESE of the expansion. And so I think a lot of superintendents are actually quite concerned. I think Boston is actually in a good place, but it will be a lift.
You know, that's an interesting thing that you mentioned about, just to go back on breakfast before, or breakfast after the bell, excuse me, the issue of participation rates. And that's actually something that Ms. Robinson and I had a conversation about earlier, and Laura, you and I actually had a brief conversation about it before we sat down. You know, the participation rate that you've shown here in your presentation is right in the mid-40s or so.
Correct.
You know, that's for breakfast before and after the bell. That's the entire breakfast service. You know, it's pretty consistent with what the experiences are across the state. But having said that, we know what our population looks like. And so I'd just be interested in, do you have initial thoughts on what efforts the district might undertake to better understand how we go about raising those participation rates? Or are we still in the planning and surveying phase right now?
It's a combination, because I definitely have thoughts on what we could possibly do, but it's also working within and respecting what the culture is at each school site. I think it's an opportunity for us as operators in food and nutrition services to observe and look at each site to determine what we see as opportunities, and then what could we be able to address immediately. I think for me is, as working with the administration, because we can't do it by ourselves, but thinking in, and also even talking with our students, because knowing what are the barriers for the students is just as important as to what we think the facility barriers are, or the issue, the entryway points, other things that would prevent them either from coming in. Because sometimes we have to take in consideration they may already eat breakfast at home because they get up early when mom and dad gets early. But it's just trying to knowing those kinds of nuances, and then learning from that, and then how we can implement those findings into what program will work best for each location.
One other thing I'd just add to that is we're also mindful of the competing priorities that we have in schools, and while certainly a priority of the districts and the states is to increase our breakfast participation rates, we also need to temper that with an understanding that many of our school leaders want to spend as much time on instructional time as possible as well. Right. So how do we do both at the same time? We do think that there's a way to do it, but it's not always as simple as it seems, because there are some trade-offs involved in that discussion.
Of course. Well, just one other question back on My Way Cafe for a moment. So the question I got to, I started with around, you know, what's the next steps? That was, I probably didn't phrase it well, but part of the question was around what percentage or what portion of that rollout is dependent on what the capital budget looks like as well. I know we typically do the capital budget a little bit later than the rest of the budget here in the city. And separate from BPS, and so I just wonder how much of that will be dependent on the budget that we have for physical expansion, as well as just the personnel capacity to be able to undertake that work as well.
Sure. What I'd say there, Chairman Lecanto, is that we're very fortunate that the mayor has made this a priority. The capital budget is not as much of a consideration as are other factors. There will be funding in the capital plan to roll this out. The factors that are a little bit more pressing are staff capacity for project managing this expansion. Doing 15 constructions last summer was actually a very, very big lift and on a very, very accelerated timeline, and we're really happy that it all came out as successfully as it did. But that is a lot to ask, both of our facilities team but also the Public Facilities Department, amidst a lot of other projects that we're emerging at that time, and we're still continuing to handle in the year to come. So that is typically one of the factors we look at, but not the only one. The designs themselves are obviously very important. Some of our schools are very, very tight on space in order to accommodate a My Way Cafe, so we have to take a good close look at that, as well as long-term plans for schools. If there's a K-5 school that somewhere down the line under Bill BPS will grow to a K-6, we need to make sure that we can allow for that grade expansion while also expanding the kitchen opportunities that we provide. So there's a lot that we look at in addition to the financial analysis that goes into the overall determination of schools to come.
And if I can just say one thing, I think together with, I think, the commitment that we have, the interest from schools, the strong support both from public facilities, but the city overall, and then the partnership with the Shaw Foundation, we are on a very good trajectory to continue to expand and roll out multiple schools, as is the plan, over multiple years. And I think any of these issues around capacity and pace, knowing that we are now, you know, I guess, elbow deep in Bill BPS and will soon be neck deep in it, is really around just balancing the pace and capacity. But I think it's an adjustment or moderation and not a pullback in any way from the overall progression. And I think the fact that we will be fully at 31 by the end of this year with that extensive rollout, I think is pretty impressive. So we feel pretty confident that we'll be able to just keep moving this forward.
Yeah, we're very, very excited about continuing to launch sites next year.
Very good. Well, I don't want to take any more of your time. We still have another report this evening. But thank you once again to Jill, Ross, Alden for coming out and staying with us so late and supporting the expansion of My Way Cafe. We couldn't have done it without you, and we truly appreciate the support and just love seeing the difference it makes in our schools. And thank you as well to Ms. Benavides, COO Hanlon, your work in shepherding all of these complex issues through our very complex system. We'll look forward to hearing from you again in the future as we've discussed this evening.
If I may, Chairman, I want to just piggyback off of what you just said to thank Laura's team as well, because this is an adjustment for people in the field, and we've heard from a couple of them tonight, and we're really grateful to have some tremendous people working on the ground day in and day out who care so much about feeding our children high-quality food, and we wouldn't be able to do this without them as well.
Indeed. Thank you for recognizing our cafeteria workers once again. It was nice to see them this evening.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, and have a good night. Our next and final report is an update on turnaround and transformation from the district. At this time, I'd like to invite Ms. Shira Dukovnik, our Director of Turnaround and Transformation, once again to please step forward with her presentation. First, I'd like to turn things over to our interim superintendent for her opening remarks. I see Assistant Superintendent Ms. Driscoll is going to be joining us as well.
Indeed, she is. So this next presentation does not require any action, but it's intended as an update and debrief on the new DESE accountability framework, which we think is very important. It's obviously incredibly important to many schools in the district, and it is substantially different from the system that we all used to know with your levels 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and gradations of turnaround and receivership. Under the new system, DESE has moved away from levels to more descriptive designations for schools. We're going to take a pop quiz after this presentation to see if that actually helps with comprehension, but we're using descriptive titles, no longer numbers. So, for example, schools previously designated as level 4 are now described as needing, quote, broad comprehensive support. And so what Mary and Shira will do is overview the system, but also discuss the implications of the new planning requirements for BPS schools, as well as the district's agenda to support school improvement. So it's a substantially different approach to what we used to understand as turnaround plans, and is spread much more broadly across a range of schools needing support. So over to you.
Good evening.
Good evening, members of the school committee. As the superintendent said, my name is Shira Dukovnik. I'm the Director of Turnaround and Transformation.
And I'm Mary Driscoll, the Associate Superintendent for Elementary and Middle Schools.
And I want to call out that we're joined this evening in the audience by 2 school leaders that are doing great work in schools that are impacted by the accountability system. Lem Ivy from the David Ellis, and Kevin McCaskill from Madison Park. We're pleased to have them here representing their great work. I'm sure they'd be happy to answer any questions if you have any for them, and also to shout out other members of the turnaround office who've stuck it out till 10:30 tonight.
And a special thank you to all of you who stuck it out, but especially our two headmasters who also need to be up early tomorrow morning. So thank you both, Lem and Kevin, for being here.
So this evening, we'll be focusing on reviewing information about the assessment and accountability results and the new structure that was first shared with the school committee in fall 2018. We'll share some new information about how BPS schools will be impacted by DESE planning requirements, summarize some of the current challenges facing schools and how the district is supporting their improvement, and finally, reviewing trends over time in both the outcomes and strategies used by our former Level 4 turnaround schools. So under the new accountability system, schools are now classified into two major categories: those without required assistance and intervention, and those that do require assistance and intervention. The majority of schools in the district fall into the first overall category, those without required assistance. And from there, schools are categorized as meeting targets or partially meeting targets, depending on each school's performance on school-specific improvement goals that are set by the state. The state has also identified a small group of schools that are meeting targets for recognition each year if they have strong performance in improvement or growth. Schools the state designates as requiring assistance and intervention fall into two categories: focused and targeted support and broad and comprehensive support. So a school might be in that focused targeted support category if one or more things are true. The school has been identified as being in below the 10th percentile on the accountability system, and percentiles are calculated by comparing a school's performance on accountability indicators to the performance of others in the state. And this year's accountability percentiles, unlike those in previous years, are just based on 1 year of data. So previously, the state has taken into account a school's trajectory of improvement, but this year it's only based on 2018 data. There are three other reasons why schools might be in the focused and targeted support category. So the school might otherwise be above the 10th percentile but have a low graduation rate, have low test participation rate on MCAS, or have one or more subgroups that are particularly low performing. So Boston has 28 schools that are below the 10th percentile. 3 additional schools have higher percentiles but have a graduation rate below 67%, and 10 had one or more groups of students with low test participation. The final category, broad and comprehensive support, includes only schools that have previously been designated Level 4 or Level 5 and have not yet exited that status. The state now refers to Level 4 schools as underperforming and to former Level 5 schools as chronically underperforming. A number of schools in this category have made significant gains since their designation, and though I know everyone who works in these schools feels committed to continuous improvement, these schools are not necessarily among the lowest performing in the state or the district. There are many success stories here that the terminology might not capture. A few other points of clarification. So 4 of the 9 broad and comprehensive support schools in Boston are actually above the 10th percentile. So were they not already designated Level 4 or Level 5, they might be in that category of not requiring assistance or intervention. Another caution regarding the use of this data, we do need to be cautious about looking at percentiles this year to imply that a school has seen a drop in performance or even a significant increase. Not only have there been multiple changes in assessments for grades 3 through 8 in the last 4 years, but in the last year the state reorganized the formula for how percentiles are calculated. So we can't compare a school that was once in the 15th percentile but might now be in the 10th and make an inference about what that means from that alone. Given the role that graduation rate plays in the new accountability system, it's important to note that the state holds schools accountable for graduating all students they serve at a specific rate, regardless of the proportion of students that may be designated as non-diploma bound on their IEP. So, for example, several BPS secondary schools serve populations of students with significant disabilities or those who are in alternative education programs inside a larger high school who are benefiting from that context. The state includes all students in that program when calculating the 4- and 5-year graduation rate, essentially treating all students the same regardless of their strand or their needs. And a final note regarding the new accountability system. DESE has expanded the number of schools in which the district is required to intervene to include a larger group of schools, so all those in the focused and targeted support category. So all schools in the focused and targeted support category must create some form of plan to address the reason for their inclusion in that category. So for Boston, schools will have to create plans to improve their graduation rate, their assessment participation rate, or their student outcomes. Schools that might have an existing plan to do so are able to use that, but for the most part, this is a new requirement. Although creating plans to improve school outcomes is something that the state first initiated with former level 4 schools, there are a few very important differences between what it means to be a focused and targeted support school and what we previously associated with being a level 4 or an underperforming school. So schools in this category will not be reconstituted. They are not required to implement a federal model that would require significant changes in staffing or structure. And schools that are creating plans to improve their outcomes are also not automatically granted access to specific autonomies by DESE, which is something that has happened to former level 4 schools. And finally, while all former level 4 schools had the opportunity to apply for large school improvement grants, often totaling over $1 million, there's much more limited funding and access to state resources for similar kinds of support. I'll share a little bit more detail about schools that are creating plans because they are at or below the 10th percentile. BPS has 28 such schools this year. Of these 28, 17 schools are at or below the 5th percentile. In other districts, most or all of such schools are required to create a very specific plan that meets DESE's criteria. But based on limited state funding, again, to support and monitor such work, the state is only requiring that 10 of these 17 schools in Boston do so. These 10 schools are receiving state funds to develop a plan that is evidence-based and aligned to the Massachusetts Turnaround Practices, which is a framework for school improvement. All right. The schools listed here are developing their plans this year during this school year, and will be implementing these improvement plans in the 1920 school year. I briefly mentioned funding beforehand. Of these schools, only one is eligible to apply for a school redesign grant that's similar to what former level 4 schools would have applied for, and the David Ellis will apply. And I'll note this is a competitive grant opportunity, so we're going to work closely with the school to ensure that their submission is as competitive as possible. The other 18 focused and targeted support schools, so those that are not creating that very comprehensive DESE plan, will be required to do so next year if they are still in the focused and targeted support category. These schools will be supported by the district this year to create action plans for the 2019-20 school year that may be more modest in scope and will likely align closely to existing district processes for improvement planning. So all schools will create some form of plan. 10 schools will go through a process that's been prescribed and is being funded by the state. While we're adapting DESE's prescribed process for the BPS context, schools writing these plans are going through a process that DESE has evolved over the past 10 years. Representatives from the state have shared with us some of their rationale for the current requirements for focused and targeted support schools. So specifically, they have found that schools that go through a comprehensive planning process and schools that work closely with the district support structure to implement that plan tend to make greater gains. And some of the planning requirements that are part of the process, are also based on evidence. So for example, a requirement that schools engage with all stakeholders while they're doing their plan development process, the requirement that they can set their own benchmarks that are beyond the accountability system. These are based on well-known practices for successful school improvement. This slide provides an overview of the planning process that these 10 schools will go through. So what you're seeing in blue are stages of planning that will be driven primarily by teams at every school. At the same time, we want to make sure that the district is prepared to not only support the planning process, but also to be a close partner to these schools during implementation. So what you'll see on the bottom in orange are some of the steps that we'll be taking at the district level to make sure that we're prepared to do so effectively and that these schools aren't going it alone. I'll also note that while you'll see stakeholder engagement mentioned first in January and February, this kind of engagement we expect to continue for the remainder of the school year and throughout the school's process of improving in future years. It's important to note that the process of rapid school improvement is very challenging and that these schools face challenges every day. For example, schools that are in this category of requiring assistance and intervention often have high student mobility, meaning that students might come in the middle of the year and schools have to plan and address their needs with considerable care and attention. So understanding that some of the schools that have these additional requirements also face additional challenges is important when we as a district think about how we can support them.
I want to remind you of some of the work we shared with you in the fall when we first described our school support structure, and that structure was designed specifically to address the kinds of challenges that Shira just described that these schools face. And also, when we began work on it last spring, we were anticipating a shift to a new accountability structure, and so we built our school support, based on what we anticipated that accountability structure to look like. So we currently have schools that are gathered in networks. Some of those networks are very small, with an academic superintendent supporting somewhere between 6 and 10 schools. And these are high support schools. They also have a team of central office liaisons that represent the different departments, academics, special education, English learners that cluster around the schools to support them. We think of each of these networks as a learning lab, and we want each of them to be a cohort that acts as a community of practice, employing the research-based practices that either DESE has identified or other national turnaround models have identified as being most effective. We, in each case, make sure that schools have primary voice in identifying the strategies that they want to employ, but that there's a true partnership with central office in actually implementing those strategies.
So I'll conclude with a brief overview of some of the progress, particularly that our broad and comprehensive support schools, those that were formerly known as Level 4 schools, have made since their designation. What you're seeing here is some data from the secondary schools in this category, and you're seeing a comparison of how students in those schools were performing on accountability measures, the year those schools were designated, and some of the progress that they've made between then and 2018. So what we'll see is that across every subject area, students in these schools have made growth on average. We'll also see some incremental gains in 4- and 5-year adjusted cohort graduation rate, and we're pleased to see some decreases in the number of students dropping out of these schools as well. You're seeing the same data for our elementary turnaround schools. I'll note that it's very challenging to make comparisons when we've had multiple changes in the assessment system only in the last 4 years. Nonetheless, by many measures, the assessments have become more challenging for students to get to a level of proficient or advanced. At the same time, students in these schools, on average, are reaching that bar at higher rates. And they're, in fact, more closely approximating the district average performance than students in these schools were in 2014. I'll also note particularly strong growth in science. I think it's worth calling out that elementary schools in Boston that are in this status have some of the highest scores in the district. I want to shout out the Channing Elementary School, which was one of the most exemplary science schools for science in the past year. Finally, we talk a lot about accountability data, but what really changes for schools, what really makes the difference is what's happening inside the school. How is it different for teachers and for students? So I'll just share a little bit about some of the strategies that schools have been using to drive their improvement processes and to get the results that we've seen. So the framework here is the 4 turnaround practice areas. It's an improvement framework that DESE developed in part by studying some of the success stories from Boston turnaround schools. And the 4 general kinds of strategies are leadership and shared collaboration, or leadership, shared responsibility, and professional collaboration, how adults in buildings are working together. Intentional practices for improving instruction, which is not just about curriculum, it's about what happens in the school to continually develop teachers' practice. Student-specific supports and instruction, which is about using all resources to meet individual student needs, whether those are English learners or students with IEPs, and culture and climate, which encapsulates adult-student relationships, student culture and behavior, family engagement, and the use of partners to provide wraparound services. Just a few quick highlights. All schools that have been going through a turnaround process in Boston have made progress on practices in all 4 turnaround practice areas. One way that this is assessed every year, the state requires these schools to have a site visit conducted by the American Institutes of Research. We've learned a lot from these site visits. We've seen the progress that's been made. I'll note particularly our turnaround schools make a lot of progress very quickly in how adults work together and the use of professional development. One area that's still a growth area for many schools in Boston, including others that have had similar site visits by AIR, is setting up a consistently effective multi-tiered system of support. But even here, there are some bright spots to share. So the GRU Elementary was recently spotlighted by DESE for their exemplary practices in this area. In fact, DESE produced a video series that captures some of their great work in this area, and did the same for English High School with their work in Turnaround Practice 1, as well as some of the practices by former BPS turnaround schools, the Burke and Trotter. So there's a lot to celebrate in the work being done, and just want to encourage anyone who's interested to go online and see more about the hard work that's happening in these schools. Thank you, and we can take your questions.
Well, thank you very much, Associate Superintendent Driscoll and Mr. Kovnick. Open it up now to members for questions or discussion. Dr. Coleman?
It is late, so we want to. This is great, very exciting work, and looking forward to watch how it rolls out. And because it's late, I just open this question. How will this change in the state standards affect the way we group schools for choice? I know this is a different question, but all of a sudden, if they're moving away from levels, how this is going to affect our rating systems, and we don't have to answer that, but that's a question that comes up for me, because this is good practice, but in terms of our ability to communicate to families, the quality of the schools, this is, again, changing in the landscape, and how we think about responding. Don't have to answer that.
I won't answer, but I'll certainly say that we can come back to you with a reflection on that also relates to some of our ongoing review of the school quality framework, and I think that is probably the way forward, is to figure out how these interweave into that, but thank you for letting us come back to you on that.
Thank you, Dr. Coleman. Ms. Alva-Davila.
Thank you. I won't take up too much time either. I just wanted to make sure that I understood that one of the things on slide 4, the third bullet, it says schools are accountable for meeting MCAS graduation targets regardless of enrollment of non-diploma bound students. That is different from before? Or it's the same, right? Okay. I thought that was changing, so
No,
that's why.
it is the same. The reason we are flagging it is because we are advocating that that be reviewed. So we have made the case repeatedly, and thus have been invited by DESE to put together a white paper that speaks directly to this issue of non-diploma bound versus diploma bound.
Right.
And so that's why we continue to flag it. They have not made that change yet. We think it's incredibly important. It's holding a number of schools back from exiting turnaround who are actually showing significant improvement, except for the graduation rate because of the needs base and, quite frankly, what is specifically written into the IEP of certain students, which is that they are non-diploma bound. We keep them until they're 22.
Exactly.
And yet they are kept in the N, against which graduation rates are assessed, and it is incongruous and is a huge challenge for our schools.
Yes, so I'm glad that you are doing that, because that does affect. So you will hear us
continue to bang that drum until
I thought
we
it was
get
changing, but it must be just a conversation. Maybe I'm seeing into the future that it's changing.
We hope so.
Yeah, I hope so.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm just wondering, in terms of the DESE providing less money. And you don't have to answer this because I'm sure you don't have something off the top of your head, but I just wonder what that means for us financially, and what it means for those schools if they don't have that kind of support, and how we're going to figure that out. So,
just at the highest level, it is a significant issue. You will see our effort to compensate, and this is a theme, again, of BPS and city investments that need to compensate where state public education funding is not matching our needs. So because of this gap, because of this shift, we have had to factor that into our budgetary calculations for FY20. So the budget you'll see next week will include some of the ways that we're trying to close that gap, but it's more mitigation carried on the BPS and city budget as opposed to leveraging that. And it does make a difference. We heard it tonight from both the Blackstone and from the Winthrop in terms of their journeys, and Kevin McCaskill can also speak to that from his school's experience. The remaining schools going into these planning processes will have very limited resources unless we provide them.
that's it. Thank you. What's the good news?
Well, thank you, Ms. Alva-Davila, and thank you, Superintendent Peril. I only have a few quick comments, and I appreciate you, Mr. Kovnick, calling out the Channing earlier for their science achievement. We had another school in front of us earlier today that had some considerable achievement in the area of science as well, by making use of a turnaround and transformation plan. And so I think it's great that we can find, despite the highlights of some of the obvious work we have ahead of us in each of these schools, some nuggets of achievement. And I think I saw in your presentation earlier as well, you called out Mr. Kovnick, and Ms. Driscoll and I had this conversation earlier as well. You see a lot of former 4s and 5s, level 4 and 5 schools that are now at essentially achieving at a partially meeting level. and so they might actually be at that level outside of this active oversight sector of the state's accountability section, were it not for their former status as a 4 or a 5. And so, it's really a testament to the work of school leaders, the support structure that we have within the district central office, and really the teachers as well. That I think we, not to go back to the example of the day, but certainly having that strong show of collaborative leadership amongst the staff of the Winthrop tonight is a nice example and kind of bookends this presentation quite well.
I think just another comment about the 4s and 5s that are actually achieving at a level much higher than that, to tie back to Dean Coleman's question about school choice. It is definitely a pain point in our current school quality framework that those schools are still carry that label that labels them as a level 4 or a tier 4 school, when in fact the data that comes out of the framework for them might have them at tier 1 or tier 2.
Indeed. The one other question I had was around collaboration, and opportunities to collaborate, because you've talked quite a bit about school improvement plans as a central focus of the work that the state's calling upon for some of the schools at the lower levels of that accountability system. And so, what opportunities, we heard, a little talk about how families can get involved in innovation plans earlier this evening. How does the staff interface? Is it pretty consistent with the examples that we had, the example that we had from the Winthrop tonight? Are there areas where you can increase or take maybe an alternative view? Be helpful just to understand a little bit of that, as it sounds like we're going to see a lot of these in the future.
So our approach to supporting schools with stakeholder engagement throughout this planning process started very recently, where we worked with every school to develop an initial stakeholder engagement plan, where the school identified multiple methods for how they were going to solicit at least initial input on the vision and direction of the school from families, all staff, students, and key community partners. And the thinking here was that we might send out one survey, we might hold one parent or community partner night, but that might not reach as many people as we'd like. So we have to make sure we are providing schools with the supports to engage families in a different kind of conversation, engage their staff in a different kind of conversation. And our plan is to ensure that that kind of work continues on at every stage of the plan development process. So these schools will be using recurring touch points with the wider community, which might take place in their school site council, their parent site council, or another body that might more closely meet the needs of their community, to be continually bringing back, this is what we're thinking, this is our vision, these are the strategies that we're considering selecting, so that there'll be points for transparency and input at every stage of the process. And part of the planning that we're going to support schools to do is to think about how they can then engage those 4 kinds of stakeholders in making the strategies that they select as successful as possible in the 1920 school year and beyond.
I think in addition to the collaboration within the school, part of the way this process has been designed by the turnaround office is to create opportunities for this group of schools to think of themselves as a cohort. So they had one Saturday where a team that included the school leader as well as teachers, some chosen by the school leader, some chosen by the BTU membership, came together and spent a day, sort of beginning this work, drafting the engagement plan. They'll come back in March for a data dive to really begin looking at their data. And that opportunity to think across schools about how to do this work well is also, I think, something that we're really trying to capitalize on. I also want to just shout out Principal Ivy and his team and members of the turnaround office that also traveled to New York City this past weekend to participate in a BTU-sponsored turnaround planning institute. So we're really looking to leverage all of the possible partners in this work to do it well.
Well, I thank you for adding that, because I know that's been a central focus of both the district as well as the BTU, and thinking about ways that you can have cross-sector collaboration isn't exactly the right phrase, but working across schools, working across different stratospheres within the district to try to learn from one another and share best practices. It's really how we forge ourselves ahead, and frankly that's a lot of the feedback that I get from teachers is that the best training they get is usually from their colleagues, right? Not something that's out of the box, not something with somebody speaking at them. And so I think thinking about this, how we continue to incorporate that era of collaboration within our work is important. So I don't want to keep you any further. I don't think we have any further questions this evening, but we really appreciate this update. I think we'll continue to have questions around understanding this still new process that the state's unveiled for us, but I think this is a nice initial foray for us, and we'll continue to come back to you for information as we have more of these plans come before us. So thank you again, and have a good night.
Thank you. You're welcome.
We'll move on now to public comment on reports. Ms. Sullivan?
We have no speakers for public comment on reports.
That's amazing. We have one member of the public with us tonight, Mr. Mudd. But nevertheless, thank you, Ms. Sullivan. Thank you, Mr. Mudd. Is there any new business from the committee? Well, hearing none, that concludes our business for this evening. Our next school committee meeting will take place next Wednesday, February 6th at 6 p.m., at which time the interim superintendent and her team will present her preliminary FY20 budget recommendation. If there's nothing further, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
I think there's unanimous consent here. Have a good night.